Wush, terang banget. Kita pindah dulu. Bosnya Purina yang mana sih guys? Gua belum ngebuka ya.
Silly churl, Billy churl.
Ini dari astaga, belum ngebuka dong gua.
Gue tamatin aja Tomb Raider sumpah.
Ini kenapa ya gua? Anjing itu klip zaman kapan anjir? Udah tamat lagi Tomb Raider gua. Full dulu gak sih? Udah, gua kan red on set.
Suruh ngapain anjir? Saya terputus.
Purinanya kan red on. Pasti dapat anjir. PT77 tapi.
Ya lupa SS ya.
Senjatanya nih. Tapi udah habis di Purina sih.
Biasa aja.
Bang, tak bang klipnya. Iya.
Ping. Weaponnya kasih apa ya? Iya baru gacha saya. Masa saya gacha senjatanya berharap dapat baju? Ini doang kan nggak mungkin dapat ya. Gup.
Ntar IRL aja. Ah, IRL. Apaan IRL? Ntar iri aja, oh iri. Ngerti kalau DO ya. Anjing. Parah bet. Kayak apa ya? Pakai apa aja Rap? Ngide anjing. Sok ngide pakai Yato. Pakai Toma kali ya? Pakai Mona one shoot nggak bisa pak, mekanik saya bapuk di look level 20 apa-apaan. Lo mau bunganya nggak sebelum mau quest? Bentar aja guys, santai gue, santai gue. Quest saya dulu, gue paling Archon quest dulu.
Stabilize. Let's light it up. Flag fly and step. Go.
Bener gue kayaknya harus dibener dulu.
I will have
Salam sejahtera, welcome. Ting. Berapa persen guys? Noh narik Sky. 10% bunganya. Bentar guys, gue udah ngerti ini harus ngancurin gimana.
And leap.
Ah udahlah, hajar aja.
Right ahead.
Solidify. For more, please.
Wih, bersatu kita teguh guys, bercerai kita 20 buat Robito. Deal. Bercerai kita, taruh panggil si Teguh. Kawin lagi.
A word of
Gue
advice,
juga banyak
don't
budaya.
break the law.
Mau nggak lu?
Is there anything else?
Aduh, nggak
Yeah.
boleh mengambil bunga ya guys. Ah jelek. Terima kasih telah meluangkan waktunya untuk melakukan saat saudara anjir, formal banget anjir. Udah kayak sambutan pejabat
Don't break
anjir.
the law.
Saatnya kita Archon quest guys. Saha ini. Kita pen anjing. Pen mau ini pen mau Archon quest. Dia mau ngambil apa? Bunga gua udah di ini anjir. Udah
If
diambil
you
si
ever see any
Seno.
stickers on my back, do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes.
Mana si Tepen? Tumpe-tumpe sampai Mondstadt. Agak kepake ya. Kena sensor bang. Nyari bunga bang. Lah. War quest cok.
Silly.
Anjing siapa lagi? Enggak, udah satu aja. Purina jelek gua skip. Mending Kokomi. Iye Kokomi iye. Iye. Iye.
When the sun's out,
Kokomi.
bathe in sunlight.
Makan
But
no
when
ikan
the moon's
cupang.
out, bathe in moonlight.
Dah, mau Archon quest cok.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Ooh.
Siapa yang tiap hari dipalak bunga sama orang random? Ngajak ribut bener. Purina 3 Purina triplek rata. Astaga ini siapa? Bang ACC bang gak ada. Astaga. Dah. Bubar. Pasti kalah 50-50 jadi jelek. Bang brexiting dong. Brexiting. Udah kalian cukup guys. Biarkan saya menjalani Archon quest dengan tenang. Air bah angkara murka. Mana air bah angkara murka? Stephen woke up and chose violence. Antum demen loli apa kagak rata itu? Iya jadi Stephen. Purina triplek dia punya hutau anjing. Ampun dah. Kenapa sih, Sep? Misal gua ketik Inggris. Iya makanya. Anjing lu dong. Dia yang ngejokes, dia yang kesel. Udah bang, udah. Udah mau Archon quest. Lagi gitu.
Now for a little rest after breakfast.
Pronounce lu benerin.
This is the
Ah
life.
susah sob. Mahal benerin pronounce. Nikmatnya hidup.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Nih gue pakai English season apa Indonesia
We're supposed to
season?
leave the Fortress of Mirapede. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Dia bilang pronounce aja salah. Udah lah. Pronounce. Ah ini pronounce. Cara benernya gimana? Pakai TTS no? Pronounce. Pakai TTS bisa nggak sih? Coba. Ini kalau ngajarin gue ini pakai ini nih. Pakai TTS. Mahal tapi ya TTS ya.
Glitterfo says pronounce.
Pronounce. Pronounce. Bentar, caranya bikin murah gimana? Bentar, gue ganti murah dah. Gue ganti murah. Sabar. TTS lu masih Friends itu bukan Inggris. Oh iya kah? Aduh, benerinnya di mana lagi? Mana ya TTS? TTS nggak ada sawit. Oh, ini. Sak. Oh, India. Mau British apa English? English aja. 20k poin satu pool doang, scam anjir. Iya, emang tujuannya itu Tin. Biar aman. Dah gue ganti 10.000 anjir. Oh ini sih. English, coba.
Glitterfo says English.
Ah, kenapa begitu suaranya? Nah, gua ganti. Ini jadi 10.000. Terus TTS gue ganti jadi 200 lah. Dah tuh bang, dah. Apa cok English? Tuh, TTS udah murah guys. Let him cook.
Clitiful says let him cook.
Ya. Apa tuh Tin?
Nadexico says how much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Cakut.
Cephalosporin _ says learn how to pronounce you stupid fuck.
How learn how to pronounce you stupid fuck. Udah. Gila. Gitu kan. Tapi kecepatan gak sih karakter limit 150? Volume nggak ada speed ininya, speed TTS-nya nggak ada. Nggak ada. Ya udah lanjut ya. Nggak gitu. Gimana anjir? Itu paling bener itu Tin. Mau kayak mana? Mau kayak mana lagi? Bicara lebih rendah ke resepsion. Prank ration ya? Kalau mau kita coba tanyain gimana cara ikut. Yuk kita kering prank ration.
Cephalosporin _ says if a dog chews shoes, whose shoes does he choose?
Please sign here. This document will be
Your
effective
shoes.
immediately upon signing, and you two
Actually,
may
your
exit the Fortress of
shoes.
Meripede via the regular channels.
Not my
It's been
shoes.
so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Waduh,
What's happening?
paling bener sih belajar dari Cocomelon.
Fine, thanks.
Cocomelon.
But I wonder what that
BTW
tremor
welcome
was just
Sky
now.
tadi.
Let's go ask
Ada
the
siapa
dude.
aja dan Nabe, ada Sky, ada Nike. Selamat menikmati bacaan Inggris saya.
Cephalosporin _ says Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Ini
A peck
tahu
of
gua.
pickled peppers Peter Piper
Ini
picked.
ada lagunya
If
gak sih?
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled.
Gak bisa. Ini ada lagunya seinget gue. Maksimal 150 karakter kayak di Twitter di sini. BTW gimana Tin? Rate Archon Quest menurut lo dari 1 sampai 10? 10/10. Really?
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden
5 jam
here, I've
tapi,
developed
oke?
a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface. By the way, do you know what?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Salah, hari ini kami
Ah,
bebas.
yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yeah?
Paimon, lu mah kapan hari juga mau
It's you
bebas,
two.
bebas aja anjir.
Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in
Dia penjara
prison.
udah kayak kosan anjir.
Now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Yeah, don't worry.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see.
We'll do our best to stay. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervalet was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervalet? Please pass on our...
I'm sure just your...
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Kita balik ke kantornya Nupilet. Where is Nupilet?
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Anjing. Dapat
Excuse me.
privilege.
Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Fans nomor 1. Sedene
Hello. You've
Apaan?
come at the right time, but you'll have
Fans
to
nomor
wait for
satunya
just a
Nupilet.
moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Bukannya fansnya Nupilet yang mati
Alright.
itu, Tin.
That should
Yang
wrap
nomor
things up
1.
for now.
Are you done with your work?
Melusin tadi namanya Sedene.
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Kan
Today
ada
should
tuh
be the day
yang
you were
Melusin
released from the
pertama
fortress
yang
of Meripede,
deket sama Nupilet yang
and it
mati.
appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right.
Si siapa
And we
namanya
came
lupa
here to
gue.
see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have
Massive
any
whale?
idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, We can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Dia bukan orang fonten, jadi nggak bakal larut. Bener juga sih.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's the source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the
Poisson.
shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
Tuh, tsunami kah?
No. What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling if the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I've...
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Please be careful. Oh, ini Poisson. Poisson.
Oh no! What happened here?
Buset, udah banjir aja. Kena gempa hancur semua, Cok.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
Buset, ada orang di atas rumah.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right. I'm not young anymore. How...
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg. My
Oh, ini.
leg. How could this have happened? It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Jatuh.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Navia.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quick.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here.
We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of
Waduh.
Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the
Kuaso.
waterways. But before we knew it, water started
Dia
pouring out
campuran
from
emang
everywhere.
konten campuran
The
London
rushing
sama ini
water
ya?
seemed a
Kalau
little
London.
odd.
Iya, London
Almost
sama
like
Paris
the
nggak
unique
sih?
color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't
Eropanya
realize the
Eropa
danger
London
and
sama
thought it was
Paris.
just ordinary water
London.
leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
What the fuck?
They were
Bener-bener
all
larut.
dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've
Ya,
asked the
Prancis
people there to
perapatan
leave as soon
Ciamis
as
sama
possible.
British.
No one knows if this could happen again.
Ciamis bangke.
All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Lanjut, silakan
Thank
kasih
you
tugas apa
for
aja.
being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Dengan bilang
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
God damn.
I'll be right there.
Itu yang tua yang jadi ngabdi ke bapaknya.
Sorry.
Mati.
I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Malah nyekar dia.
lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Kuaso. Kuaso. Tolong jangan memaksakan diri.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
Udah. Udah Mbak Navia.
Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
Waduh.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Turut bersuka cita. Heh. Anjing cuy. Gue pas pertama yang storynya Navia itu.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but
Ini
still,
anjing.
I
Plot
was
twist
the
yang
one who
sama
initiated it. They were
sama
helping
suaminya,
evacuate the
iya,
residents,
istrinya
but they couldn't
temennya yang
leave in
ngebunuh
time.
bapaknya itu,
And
yang disangka dibunuh bapaknya
they
itu.
were caught in the seawater.
Itu anjing itu plot twist banget sih, bangke.
What should we do?
I've
Typo
known them
dikit
for
nggak
so
ngaruh ya.
long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companion.
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right, but I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well...
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things Malus and Silver have helped
Anjing
me
sedih, Cuk.
so much.
Feel strong man, iya anjir.
But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray,
Nih anjir kagak ada dari si
Julian,
konten yang ngebantu ke sini gitu.
Hassan, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But the overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
Anjing, tumben
Malus
Paimon
and
bijak
Silver
banget.
were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right.
Super
Thank you,
sekali
Paimon.
Paimon, makanya.
What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last
Ooh.
met.
Anjing, fix kalau Fontaine ada pemilu nih ya, gue pilih Arlecchino anjing.
Is everything going well on your side?
Fix anjing.
Yes, my people are carrying out the
Dia
mission
yang ngurusin
according to your
Fontaine anjing,
request.
totally
All the
daripada
residents of
si
Poisson have been
Archonnya
evacuated,
bangke.
and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for
Udah
these
lu nyala
supplies,
jadi
we have
Archon aja
everything
dah.
taken care of. There is no need
Pyro
to
api
worry.
kagak masalah.
Thank you very much.
Vision hanyalah status.
Wait,
Kagak masalah Vision Pyro. Jadi Archon Hydro.
We just met
Kagak masalah udah.
Right, Miss Navia.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which
Arlecchino
allowed us to
Paimon
complete the rescue and evacuation
2024.
work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate.
Gua main
Fortunately,
hujan
I've
jadi
never been
double
one
damage
for such
anjir, iya.
opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of
Oh,
course.
Palu lagi
That
nangis
is why
kali,
I'm
Tin.
going to Hotel
Makanya
Bouffe
hujan.
I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler,
Tapi pas sore gini juga keren
one
anjir.
more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present...
So that's why the Fatui were already in
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give
Apa
you
iya?
this task.
Emang iya? Yakin mau percaya
The House of the
luar?
Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and
Bang,
Fremine said
welcome
that
to
they
Cakman
also
Morning.
see you
Spoiler nggak
as
bang?
such,
Udah banyak,
even though you are
anjir.
not from the
Berkeliaran
house.
di TikTok,
I'm
anjir.
sure you already
Sumpah, sampai
understand
gatel
how
gue.
earnest they
Makanya
consider
sekarang
their
langsung gue
friendship with
mainin
you
nih.
to be.
Habis ini ke Natlan lo ternyata.
The intel I just
Bangke.
shared about the ruins could fetch a high
Spoilernya
price.
udah dari lama itu anjing.
But since the children consider you family,
Ternyata plot
it's
twist
only
gimana ya?
natural that I freely share it with you.
Habis ini ternyata ke Senaya anjing.
Do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Natlan di skip anjing.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
5 menit abis MT aja spoiler udah berjibun. Iya makanya cowok. Goblok lah gue kayak scroll TikTok. Ternyata
Well,
Furina anjing
I'm sad,
scroll.
yes.
Tahu nggak kalian anjing lah
Just go
bodoh.
back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Biar dikatain mereka udah paling jago bang.
Distraction to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Aduh.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Padahal harusnya cerita
Here's
nggak pernah di spoiler. Iya jir.
Three of us will handle it. Come on,
Itu adalah
let's hack up and get
nilai
going.
paling krusial dari Genshin anjing, kayak the most valuable things in Genshin adalah story-nya. Lu mau spoiler Purina kitnya apa kayak ini kayak menurut gua masih fine aja sih.
Now.
Gua mau posting bahas lore di FB aja nunggu jam 1 malam dulu. Tapi ya gatel sih, kayak orang-orang yang udah main pasti gatel buat cerita lagi ke yang lain gitu. Tapi ya nggak bisa disalahkan juga sih Tatakmen, namanya juga media sosial dan tempat orang cerita. Ya ini simpelnya kayak ya udah skip aja kalau nggak mau denger, nggak bisa disalahin juga. Yang patut disalahkan adalah kalau misal belum update tapi udah bocorin ceritanya, nah tuh patut disalahkan itu anjing. Kalau bocorin besok bannernya ini nggak apa-apa. Setuju gue. Dengan ceritanya tapi.
So, are these the ruins the
Lagi
Knave
coba
was
sebut
talking about?
valuable.
Whoa, talk
dan
about old.
dan nggak dikasih spoiler
They
alert.
seem to be pretty
Iya,
ancient,
kadang ada yang
alright.
nggak dikasih spoiler alert.
Let's go in and have a look.
Ih, padahal itu bocah-bocah
Just be
TikTok juga
careful.
spoiler pada pakai VOD orang. Pas main sendiri mah itu dialog di skip semua. Ya emang ada ya kayak gitu ya? Kayak literal orangnya sebenarnya kayak main skip story aja, terus kayak gue mau bikin konten terus ngambil dari VOD orang gitu. Emang ada yang gitu? Ada banyak. Buset dah, slow banget ya. Ya kayak daripada, berarti kan daripada lu browsing googling itu ya mending mainin gak sih anjir, daripada lu effort gitu harus nyari VOD orang terus kayak harus oh ini ternyata gini ceritanya versi cepatnya gitu. Kemarin gue baru nemu di stream teks Indo via Jepang, pas bikin video tiba-tiba dua-duanya IN, langsung gue unfollow. Maksudnya gimana? Gue baru nemu di stream teks Indo voice actor Jepang, pas bikin video tiba-tiba dua-duanya English IN, langsung gue unfollow. Stream tag maksudnya gimana tuh? Stream tag subtitle atau gimana? Kan orang Indo lebih demen didongengin bang daripada baca sendiri.
I
Itu
once
betul
considered
sih.
keeping some pets in my office, but soon gave up
Itu
on
ada
the
betulnya
idea.
sih, Tip.
Gather.
Let's light it up.
Kadang gue juga merasa lebih demen didongengin sih.
Observe.
Untuk sebagian
Let's begin.
sebagian hal. Kayak misal maksudnya ini ya, kayak gue bukan nggak main Genshin,
Strike is one.
tapi di sekitaran gue main Genshin gitu, kayak I don't need bla bla bla, just tell me the red line and ya udah gitu, kayak ini gimana gitu, terus gini dah. Pas dia stream pakai teks Indo sama via Jepang, tapi pas bikin konten pakai N semua. Oh, Indo darurat membaca. Nah, abang kita yang satu ini paham maksudnya, kira-kira begitu. Oh, pas dia pakai konten, pas dia bikin video tiba-tiba dua-duanya English. Emang ada yang salah kan dengan itu? Apa emang lu nggak suka aja?
A word of advice: don't break the law.
Intinya nyomot VOD
Is there
orang.
anything else?
Oh, dia nggak pakai
seriously,
VOD sendiri.
don't break the law.
Tapi gimana taunya? Mungkin dia emang ganti ininya, cecak men. Anjing gua kusnudon aja ini ya. Tapi sudah bisa dipastikan kah yang kayak gitu? Mungkin dia dengan ini, maksudnya dia kayak oh biar lebih internasional gitu. Cutscene yang sama masa bisa beda, kecuali dia niat pakai dua akun. Bisa jadi kalau pakai dua akun ya. Cuman ya kalau niat sih ya maybe, tapi dengan melihat player Genshin yang sebanyak itu dan ada yang begitu loyal dengan Hoyoverse, gue ngerasa possible sih kayak gitu. Cuman I don't know.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Tapi kalau bahasanya pakai
Yeah.
bahasa Indo buat apa juga?
A lot of it
Iya.
too.
Mungkin ada tujuan seperti
Flintanian
itu
would most
juga.
likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Cuman ya nggak tahu juga sih ya. Kalau nyomot VOD mungkin ya salah juga sih. Cuman iya sih.
Right.
Cuman nggak bisa
Primordial seawater.
nggak bisa diidentifikasi secara detail juga sih.
To just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that.
No, you're right.
Kecuali
I can't do
kayak
anything
kita
in this
kalau
situation.
kenal gitu ya, tapi ya
I'll
susah
leave
juga
this
ya.
to you.
Kita kayak tahu orangnya gitu, udah ngikutin dia lama. Dia cuma punya satu akun atau gimana? Ya it makes sense berarti. Kalau pakai bahasa polisi diduga kuat. Anjay, diduga kuat. Konten kreator lore yang biasa gue tonton aja selalu record setiap dia main biar kagak kelewat dialognya. It's true. Iya. Kan kayak simpelnya tinggal lu main terus record. Why not? Sampai punya HDD khusus buat footage Genshin. Iya. Iya sih. Atau kalau gue sekarang gue di Tin, di YouTube. Jadi kayak habis stream dari Twitch nih, tuh pasti gue ekspor di YouTube. Kalau yang kayak story Genshin apa-apa gitu, yang emang gue pengen ekspor di YouTube, jadi gue eksportin tuh ke YouTube. Lumayan. Ntar kalau butuh tinggal cari di YouTube. Sampai punya business. Baiknya sih seperti itu ya.
In that case, do you wanna wait for us here?
Bang, lu ada Purina nggak? Ada udah ngumpul gua. Dapat di
The water levels
PT
here are
77.
unstable, and there's a chance the
77-an.
water will rise.
Berkat
So,
bantuan dari
staying
si
here wouldn't
Sepa
be
sama
safe
si
either.
Sky kemarin.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Batal. Kenapa batal? Lu spoiler ya. Kalau nggak pulang gua mau maling Lili. Oh, udah dimalingin duluan sama temen gue tuh, si kalau biasa kesini Tokyo tuh, si Seno kemarin. Tapi udah sekitar dua atau 1 hari yang lalu ya. Nggak tahu sekarang udah balik lagi atau nggak. Biasanya kayak begitu kan 3 hari ya, baru keluar lagi ya.
Alright, come with us for now then, but please be careful.
48 jam, 2 hari berarti ya. Mungkin sekarang udah balik lagi. Kalau lu mau ambil aja dulu. Gua nggak keburu juga dengan Purina. Sebenarnya karena gua nggak terlalu suka dengan Purina sih. Nggak terlalu suka dalam artian karakter. Brio gua cair, nggak boleh nyemplung. Dua hari reset kayaknya. Udah main aja dulu bang, siap-siap. Gue tidak terlalu nggak terlalu ngebet buat naikin dulu. Karena jujur saya tidak terlalu suka dengan karakternya Purina, desain karakter. Gue nggak full karena alasan dia Archon Hydro, udah gitu doang. Yang totally kemarin kena spoiler ya. Archon Hydro, emang iya? Emang boleh? Emang iya Archon Hydro? Aduh. Ntar kalau udah kelar baru gue paling siap. Apa iya? Emang iya? Emang boleh saat pada hidro itu? Anjir. Tapi walaupun ini emang dari awal 4.0 keluar, semua orang udah tidak yakin ya kalau dia Archon Hydro. Dengan perilakunya dia yang seperti itu.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Waduh. Waduh. Shoot. Ih.
Navia!
Ih, mati, Cok. Enggak sih, enggak mati sih. Soalnya 4.3 dia kita bisa nge-pull dia, nggak mungkin mati. Siapa yang nyelamatin?
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
What the hell?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Gue jadi nyesel nggak ambil Nupilet.
Was
Anda
I
kira
sleeping?
tidak saya?
Yes, it would appear so.
Fuck lah. Intimidator gue bener
I
semua.
must be tired.
Pas tahu dia ternyata dragon.
That's quite
Si
possible.
Aether dibayar coy.
However, you were the one that suggested we go out for
Akhirnya
a walk.
Aether dibayar ya. P aja ya.
Oh, right. I nearly
Innalillahi wa
forgot.
belum. Saya percaya dia tidak akan mati, guys.
It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with
Bisa jadi
foreign
ntar
merchants who had a
4.3 yang
debt
limited
dispute with
bandwidth
him, and
itu
we'd resolved the matter not long
Sekdol
ago.
Navia. Robot Navia maksudnya. Anjing.
We were headed to see
Model
how things were going
catering.
with him at the moment.
Ah, right.
Aduh.
Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down, and
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, Miss Navia. These are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I
Katanya
don't know
Navia
what we would have
dihidupin
done
lagi
without your
sama
help.
Dottore.
So this is a little token
What
of
the
our
fuck?
appreciation. I hope you won't...
Did you cultivate them
Teori
yourself?
macam apa itu?
Thank you so...
why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs...
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be... Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
Navia
That's
mati,
right.
Bang. Tidak, saya tidak
Is something
percaya.
wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your
Terus
name
Navia
seems
versi
familiar
2.
to me.
Ada titiknya.
I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your
Digebuk
husband
rakyat
previously.
Ponorogo. Anjing.
I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Diminta Arlecchino, mereka udah bestie.
And why are there so few
Oh iya
people
kah?
around here?
Anjing enggak lah, anjing.
Where
Dari
did
mana
everyone
tuh, Pin?
go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your
Teori
trial is about to
kaleng
begin.
kongguan. Mata lu.
My trial? Wait, why would I need...
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so...
Oh? All right then.
Navia asli Palembang. Real. Bahia Palembang. Mang iya
Look, it's
nakse.
Navia! She's here!
And her two
Mang
attendants
boleh.
are with her.
Mang iya.
Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Kapan kau?
sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about some. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh?
Dah.
Where's Mr.
Kenapa jadi horor begini, Cok?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come
Nama
on.
aslinya
Do they have
Octavia
any
Daisy.
idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, as all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula. Someone held in... After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the
Nama bapaknya
well-being
tahu
of
nggak?
those in
Jahir
Poisson.
Duman Gorowichika.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that
Block.
I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are one big family. All of us who are from
We are one
Poisson,
big family.
inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are... everything you have said is correct.
Batal maling bang,
I have
ternyata pas
indeed done a
ini
lot for
gua
my
siap.
hometown, and I would be willing to be
Pampil
with
yuk.
you all, but what is the purpose of...
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Waduh, sadar Cok Melus sama Silvernya.
Melus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop
Sih
her.
main perjuangan
Her
semut anjing
actions
perjuangan
cannot
semut.
serve as proof that she identifies
Bang kamu
herself
lucu
as
nggak?
part of
Nggak.
any group.
Makasih.
She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We...
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to
welcome Bang
exist as an
Morgan.
individual.
Tapi
Have you
menurut
forgotten
kamu
how much you
lucu
all
dan
once
Kyo,
longed
menurutku
to
kamu
become
lucu dan Kyo.
individuals, to become independent?
Salah, ini maksudnya.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head.
Aduh.
It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver.
Tidak
It hurts.
family friendly.
My head is
Keplesetin kan harusnya gini
All I
nih.
can see is
Nih, gini
stars
kan
swirling in front
kepleset
of me.
cowok, kepleset ke sini.
Everything that seemed odd from the very
Licin
beginning.
tangan.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
First di
Absurd!
si paling
Who
first
are you to
Artak
say
mah.
that she cannot be judged? We
Welcome
are the
Morgan, welcome
majority,
Artak.
and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute
Nggak
justice.
dilanjutin tak.
We are the will
Elden
of
Ring.
all. Don't
Dah
let them
demono
escape.
dulu
We
di
shall keep Navia here
demono.
with us.
Mr. Malus
Elden
and
Ring
Mr.
lah,
Silver.
tamatin
Must you be
lah.
so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Duh, jadi Oceanit.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
Loh,
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs
fuck?
to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
kurang sopan dong saya pakai.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Kok bisa ada
Please
si
leave with me,
Neuvillette?
Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Aduh.
Malus, Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Holy shit. Malus. Lagi sidang boleh ngudut nggak sih? Boleh sih. Tapi masalahnya sidangnya tadi dalam air.
Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Wow, diselamatin si Nopal. Pantes.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Becek ya, kagak bisa hidup goblok.
You have a nightmare?
Aku mau nangis bang, tapi lagi berak. Gak apa-apa. Sekalian biar disentor
The
ntar sama
ruins you were
nangis.
exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Apa? Mau takut keceplosan? Ngomong aja.
What is it?
Gak
I think I
apa-apa.
saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Baca.
Perhaps those two
Oh, jadi
Oceanids were the people
Oceanid.
you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect
Siapa
me.
yang becek bang Navia? Bukan. Bukan gitu
Think that they'd
maksudnya,
keep
Caca
doing so
men.
even after death.
Kira-kira punya Nupi gede gak ya? Tanya Napi ya? Napi yang udah tahu tuh.
Please come with me.
Cek DM.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's...
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then...
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's
Iva
doing
bohong,
fine
aku kan
down there.
cuma
She's
suruh
an
cek DM.
amazing head nurse.
Aku bohong nggak
I
cek.
see. Well, that is good.
Apa sih anjing?
I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's... So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Apa sih Paimon?
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supply. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Gak jadi mati guys, Napia guys.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Gimana kalau kita coba
guess we should get
nyemplungin
going
Wiro
again.
ke ini guys?
Will you come with us, Monsieur
Apakah Wiro
Neverlet?
akan mati guys?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Kalau kita nyemplung guys,
All right, another one joins the party. Let's get going then.
kira-kira. Ya. Dikasih feeder sedang. Adanya Kirara ya. Serah. Serah. Anjing dah. Kasihan si Wiro. Nggak ada apa-apa nih di sini nih. Nggak ada apa-apa guys. Nggak ada apa-apa guys. Langsung masuk aja guys.
Solidify!
Bola.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
A moment, please. It's getting a little chilly.
Dada Kondala.
Dada Kondala. Loh. Oh ini tembusannya. Bang kapok kapan kamu hiatus? Besok. Anjing kok kayak Tomb Raider gini gitu.
Instead of going big, guess I'm going home.
Lah terus gimana anjing? Bang kapan Tomb Raider bang? Udah tamat Tomb Raider. Kalau besok kagak hiatus gue tuntut. Iya hiatus gue besok. Jam 7 sampai jam 9 malam ya terus gua.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Makanya pulwawan bisa terbang ya.
Your grand finale.
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Kamu nge-cheat ya, Bang?
I will have order.
Saya nge-cheat, Bang.
And leap.
Everybody stand back!
Break a leg.
Way now.
Have a safe trip.
Makan nih tinju. Trot.
Dada kundala.
Dadak kundala. Tes goblok. Yang mana? Orang kayak dia nggak butuh primo receh. Walah anjing. Casnya di mana, Cok? Ya udah ketutup lagi pintunya. Di luar. Ketutup, guys. Udahlah ya. Ikhlas karena masih bisa guys, masih bisa kita ambil guys. Nggak bisa anjing. Tidak bisa. Ya udahlah, ikhlaskan. Anjing ini runtuhannya di mana anjir? Ulang lagi, the best anjing, suruh ngulang. Bikin akun baru buat ambil CS ya. Emang paling the best sarannya dari Nokte. Belum pernah dilempar tongkat Yunjin lo ya.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Tongkat apa tuh? Tongkatnya Yunjin anjing.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an
Mau
offering.
lihat tongkat gua, Robi? Enggak,
Can
makasih.
we take them down and
Simpen
have
aja
a
tongkat
look?
lu.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
Apa nih? Celestia nih yang nulis.
Say what?
Bangsa ini memang sudah
Feels
selayaknya
like someone
dihancurkan.
left these
Kendria
slates
kah?
and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
Kau emosi, Bang.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's
Malah
facing
promosi. Emang tugasnya dia promosi anjing.
Is this some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Maksudnya apa nih, guys?
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Mang iya nu pilet. What the fuck? Diapain cok sama nu pilet?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Punya buat nonton Bunda Rahma dia. Aji.
Looking at these slates.
Nggak rame ya subscribernya. Bunda Rahma. Telak Bunda Rahma saha anjing.
Sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Asalnya ada di urutan gambar keempat
That's
kan?
right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Urutannya kebalik. Ini gambar Fontaine harusnya dikutuk Celestia nih. Dari gambarnya. Gambar kedua juga agak meresahkan. Mereka mengaku dosa. Dosanya apa? Iya.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But
Bang coba ngakak satu kali. Bentar Nokte.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
Kan ini ngaku dosa. Terus ngorbanin Archon Hydro. Kok malah tenggelam?
Do it!
Anjing.
Just do it!
Udah Tin, anjing tinggal satu, cowok. Di senjata ya. Ini gue udah dapet, cowok. Di senjata aja ya. Standar lah mata lu, standar anjing. Tulisannya limited banner anjir. Gak peduli. senjata kita senjata aja. Aman. Teples. Masih belum beruntung. Anjing lah habis, Cuk.
I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but
Soon
Pakai
gave up
tabungan
on
dari
the
gua.
idea.
Udah Sky,
It's
udah
just
dapet
not right to
nih.
keep small
Tadi udah dapet gua. Si Purina pakai tabungan dulu. Udah dapet. No. Aku cok. Parah gak dinaikin? Belum anjing. Sabar, Archon dulu nih. Gue udah penasaran. Anjir. Penistaan Purina. Pas pokoknya itu di PT 50 tuh gua udah kehabisan primo tuh. 60, 70. Ini dapat di 77 Sky. Kalau nggak salah. 77 anjir. Udah aman. Senjatanya yang belum aman. Wajib demo 12 jilid.
animals where they won't be able to see the sun.
Link bang, yuk bentar. Sudah
Let's
dapat
split up here.
puritanya Sky.
I'm going to
Bentar.
check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest
Umur
well.
lu berapa, Rob? Umur masih
Traveler,
17.
I'll go talk to Farina
Besok
tomorrow
baru
morning
18.
to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Baiklah, sedih. Tidak family friendly doxed chatnya.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present
Itu kan nunjuk
situation.
ke atas. Oh gitu.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
Biasa aja nunjuk ke atasnya, gak usah ngegas anjing.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
Furina. Pia tidak jadi mati, guys.
We're finally back.
Kecewa, kecewa.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too.
Udah nyiapin DJ buat hajatan aja. DJ itu ya yang Afrika ya, yang telolet, tereret.
Oh, that voice.
What
Is
the
that
fuck?
who I think it is?
Mona?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Lalu ngapain, Cuk? Fun fact, VA Navia beda sama VA Rias Gremory. Hah? Saha, Cuk, Rias Gremory? Kan dia air. Dia mana paham Rias Gremory. Google Mas, bentar. Bentar kita buka ini linknya Nokte. Nggak beres. Mang iya, nggak beres. Gua nonton lagi si ini anjing, si Yunus anjing. Cuman satu ronde dua anjing. Langsung tewas KO anjing, maju lu kehidupan dewasa. Goblok. Relate. Saya relate. Saya relate. Yang kedua apa nih? Kratos bangsa. Aduh. Aduh. Dijual jadi modal kakek Zeus. Kratos lagi di jalan. Anjing komenannya Yunus apaan? Lawak kabar kagak beres. Nggak habis-habis anjing si Yunus bangsat lah. Izin up TikTok. Jangan lupa vitaminnya bunda. Apa sih anjing? Kasian cok. Bacot satu ronde kalah anjing. Goblok lah. Normis susah. Geser Rob. Goblok. Geser cok. Mana geser? Geser apaan? Mana geser mana? Link 1. Oh, ini ada banyak. Udah dibantu realita. Ini yang siapa, Cok? Gue nggak nonton nih. Ini siapa nih? Gue nggak nonton lagi yang ini satunya. Maklum boomer. Ini si Yunus bukan, Cok? Emang ya Yunus ini? Oh iya anjing. Tewas. Anjing tewas dia. Anjing gue nonton soalnya yang ini anjir. Gue kira bakal berapa ronde gitu anjing. 1 ronde beneran anjing. 3 kali keok anjing. Tiba-tiba jatuh sendiri, Cok. Gak jelas. Dah. Kita lanjutkan. Nona Magistus.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Google Turap. Taha yang Google. Rias Gremory. Siapa sih Rias Gremory?
You're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was,
Dia anime
well,
apa sih?
some other thing. Either way, the old
High
hag told me when she
School
took me as her
DxD.
disciple that the
Nggak
first
pernah
step
nonton
to
gua,
being a
sumpah.
great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was
Gue
nothing
nonton
for it,
One
really.
Piece, Naruto,
She really
itu
is amazing
doang.
at astrology, so I changed
Demon
my
Slayer
name to what
nonton
it is
gue,
now
tapi
according
nggak
to her
full, nggak
wishes.
semuanya.
To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
Hentai anjing, kenapa lu lihat itunya dulu? Ya emang itu di Google
Although
anjing
it
yang
is used by
keluar.
us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Anime hentai. Anjing tahu gue kalau itu nonton
Including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Boleh tahu siapa nama gurumu?
Astromancer Barbaloth
Klip anjing, klip
Trismegistus.
aja terus anjing yang aib-aib.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars.
Anjay.
Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to
Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Paimon yang 3 kali berakus.
Terrible! Ugh. But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Diam, Cok, sumpah dah.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt,
Kan emang
yes.
fungsi
My
Premier Clip buat
parents
air.
migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which
Udah
I
gua follow
settled
3
down in
kali.
Mondstadt City.
Anjing.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Oh, Mona bukan asli
Speaking of
Fontaine.
that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more
Asli
certain and less
ngantuk.
scary.
Asli nganjuk.
What I can tell you is
Tetangga
that I'm
Billy
an
Ellis.
astrologist.
Mona asli
And
nganjuk.
that this
Bangsat.
prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all
Nyanyi dangdut
Teyvat.
dong dia.
Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do.
Apa lagi di
If I could do
penonton?
it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a
Aduh.
visionary.
Sumpah
On the
hype
flip
semua, Cok.
side,
Klip gue anjing
the
sah.
prophecy
Nok
is so
saya.
huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Huh? Are you sure? All right.
Gurunya
I'll
mana
help
bukannya
you.
udah gak ada?
It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the stars the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all
Kirain
the
Mona
commotion was
asli
about.
Bromo.
If there's anything you
Tulisan
need,
mulu lu.
do not
Dosa
hesitate to
bang di.
inform the Spina
Yang
di
kapan itu
Rosula.
kan dia bilang gurunya udah gak ada yang pas
Guess we were getting a
eventnya
little too
sama
carried away there.
story questnya
Well,
dia
I'll go
pindah ke
tend to my
Mondstadt
own
itu.
business now. If I
Pas
receive
yang
any
ketemu Kli
news, I'll
itu.
be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes,
Mana
quick
ada?
as rushing
Ada Tin
water.
yang pas dia pindah ke
And here we are
Mondstadt
with the
anjing.
Spina guy giving us
Ketemu
suspicious
Kli.
looks.
Dia ngewakilin gurunya. Bukannya dibilang gurunya udah nggak ada terus dia ngelanjutin itu. Nggak ada gituan. Anjir apa ya itu ya? Dia bilang.
The things Paimon does for you. That's more like. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get.
Nggak kirap nggak mau live TikTok IRL. Apa lagi TikTok IRL? Anjing, apa sih? Orang mana teh? Pagi cantiknya om anjing. Dia mau cerita tadi hampir ditabrak mobil. Deg-degan gitu. Ternyata mobilnya mau bilang sayang ke kamu. Ini fix lu ya, Dokse? Ini Om Duda lu kan ngaku lu, Dokse? Lu ngaku anjing. Saya tahu ini kamu. Kagak anjir. Fix ini kamu. Balik ke Facebook aja Bapak. Bucet. Disuruh balik ke Facebook anjing. Aduh ya Allah. Bangke. Bentar gue ngisi es teh. Sebelum es teh gue jadi primordial water. Aduh.
Have you ever seen these stickers on my back? Do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes. I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but soon gave up on the idea. It's just not right to keep small animals where they won't be able to see the sun. A word of advice, don't break the law. Is there anything else? Yeah, seriously, don't break the law.
Mana Bang Morgan? Apa marah-marah? Jupiardi 3 tahun sebelum mau ke Jatim. Apaan anjir? Jupiardi saha? Kita balik ke kantornya Nupilet. Sambil makan martabak ya guys. Martabak baru beli tadi. Tebel enak. Masih kenyal-kenyal. Oke, kita akan langsung hap. Hewan peliharaan favorit lu apa? Kucing. Review bang. Biasanya kalau orang review kan gitu kan kalau enak. Ngambil sedikit.
You're here!
Klik anjing.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Kenapa nih kok berantem?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Pak Sutri ribut. Pak Sutri kah di mereka?
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Rob, Shawn Mendes kalau di backstage jadi apa?
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Shawn Mendes.
Oh, the opera's about to start.
Sound backstage. Apa sih sound backstage? Anjing, sound system goblok. Gue udah nangkep sih. Soundnya sound itu anjing. Gak expect jadi sound system bangsat.
Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand.
Bentar, ini
Dialogue is the basis for understanding. So why did she keep refusing to engage?
Maksudnya rahasia-rahasia sebelumnya dia juga nggak tahu. Dia kan udah hidup 400-an tahun kan?
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal
Bocil
anything
anjir.
unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like,
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon
Apalagi
experience
Nocte.
just such a scenario.
but Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Anjing dijebak, Cok.
If at all possible, I would
Dipolitisasi
prefer to
Furina anjir.
recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such?
Rob, DC enggak? Kayaknya enggak deh. Gua mau nyelesain ini. Apa? Si Furina ini. Melengsarkan kekuasaan Furina. Betul anjing, terpolitisasi anjir. Atau paling gua ke DC ntar habis ini. Midpok. Enggak. Gua lagi di luar DC.
Here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for...
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about
Micin
you,
apa yang
friend?
manis? Mencintaimu dengan seluruh jiwaku.
I
Anjing.
don't think I can.
Mampus lu guru agama.
How about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this
Gitu
boat to
doang
become
lah.
as somber as it is in court.
Tumen dia bisa.
I guess we're lucky we've
Apa
got a
coba?
local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
Aduh.
I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Cok, klorinde kapan?
Anyway,
Dipul, Cok.
To cut
4
to the
berapa?
chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is,
Cok, ini
well,
mah di prank mati-matian
let's start by
anjir,
saying
semuanya
that we'll be
sampai
pooling our efforts
bawahannya dia
together to
ikutan
create a
ngeprank
series
anjir.
of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Daripada di prank pakai telur plus tepung. Kalau gue sih milih pengen lemparin Archon pakai telur sama tepung ya, Tin.
He is glad that
Kesel
you
anjing
consider
sama
him
si
your
Purina.
boss. Do go on.
Kendaraan apa yang imut kalau lagi jalan? Anjing. Apa tuh?
In that case, do
Aduh,
any of
nggak
you
tahu
have
gue kali itu.
experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Kendaraan, mobil.
Fremine and I once used a
Kereta
wooden
api,
stick in a
cicit,
basket to
anjing.
catch wild rabbits when we were
Rete
younger.
bet,
As for
rete bet.
Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For
Siapakah
me,
presiden
I
yang
would prefer
paling imut?
something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will
Lagi
see the
ngedongeng
bait and
artefak yang
naturally enter the
Merciless
snare.
Hunter.
Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Anjing ada
You
berburu
use some of
monster.
those techniques while moving the people
Dia
of
bilang di
Poisson,
zaman
didn't you?
dulu konten banyak
My
monsternya
subordinates
anjing.
mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling
Banyak
children.
paus kah? Pausnya Cilde
Yes,
dulu banyak
and
kah
I
di
even
konten?
managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if
Jaka
I do
Owo.
say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't
Enggak
claim
gitu
that as my
dong
strong
harusnya.
suit. I prefer more
Anjing lah.
stable methods, like placing bait
Prabu,
in the water
betul.
and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Prabu
That's the kind of
gemoy
method
ya.
I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
Kalau itu harusnya calon presiden, Tin,
With
bukan
discretion,
presiden
I'm
anjing.
sure.
Udah kayak ramalan
I'd
aja loh.
probably use some sort of mechanical
Jawabnya
animal.
Prabu.
Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not
Ya
have any
lihat aja
related
nanti. Anjing.
experience.
Kenapa air
That
mata
makes
warnanya
sense.
bening?
You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more
Kalau
gentle
warna
trap
hijau
would be
itu air
ideal.
mata.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike,
I don't want
we need
peace.
a powerful implement.
I want problems, always!
It also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly
Anjing ini
thin.
si Kloret ngeri banget anjing. Dia mantan Merciless Hunter kah? Merciless Hunter kah?
Huh. We hadn't thought
Kalau
of seeing
coklat warna
ourselves
itu
as
cepirit
hunters.
anjing.
Kinda
Gue
works,
begini terus di Discord udah mau di-kick-in dong.
If our means
Bentar
of
lagi gue
capturing
ban
and
nih.
dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose
Parah.
seat is an exalted throne.
Betul, harus lebih dari sekedar nyali pemburu. Kita harus berani menjadi nyali pemberontak, guys.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Tidak ada pemburu, tidak ada buruan, hanya jebakan. Itu saja, anjay. Kita berburu Furina, guys. Rob tahu nggak rata-rata orang normal bisa ngangkat tangannya kanannya 45 derajat ke atas. Kalau nggak bisa nggak normal. Coba Rob. Nggak mau. Nggak mau. Nggak mau. Nggak mau. Aduh jatuh.
Let's begin.
Anjing nggak bisa di freeze. Nyantol. Kecewa sih.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon thought thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon's sure will be great. After all, you're the most reliable person
Duluan
in the
Om, selamat
world,
bermain.
aren't you?
Siap Bang Morgan, selamat beristirahat. Selamat tidur.
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that?
Ini dari kemarin loh anjing, teh-teh gini.
Never seen that cup before?
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, you're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine after all.
Berarti ini gurunya Mona ya? Berarti pas yang di Sumeru itu gurunya Mona anjing.
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Bukan lah. Oh beda. Temennya gurunya Mona. Muridnya teman. Oh iya. Ya bener kan, berarti gurunya Mona udah nggak ada kan? Iya, yang di itu kan, yang pas kita naik ke atas itu kan, pas eventnya di Mondstadt itu kan, salah satu dari Hazen Circle.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the
Udah nggak ada
history
cuy
of the
gurunya
future.
Mona. Gue inget pas Mona pindah ke Fountain tuh dia cerita
I
gurunya
believe
udah
you
nggak
have
ada,
witnessed a failed attempt with your
hilang.
own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Yang jelas waktu itu Alice pura-pura jadi gurunya Mona. Iya, itu tahu gue. Lagi-lagi takdir.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies
Yang
are
udah mati
usually
itu
only the
Ivanova.
future as seen from the
Ivanova.
perspectives of the gods.
Si J.
Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well,
Dibilangin gue
that'll be
baru
all for
nonton lagi
today.
eventnya kemarin.
The voice.
Masih inget gue.
It's gone.
Gurunya Mona ngilang gitu.
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting being lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more... Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Ada gurunya tapi kayak member section lain goib.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in
Tapi itu
full
masih
support
tanda
of her
tanya
view.
banget loh anjing.
Prophecies are very
Kayak-
important, but how can
Kayak apa ya?
people
Gue
allow their
ngelihatnya
lives
si
to be
Hexen
commandeered by just a
Circle itu
few
kayak
words?
dia di luar apa di luar
Glad to hear something
apa
sensible for once.
circle story-nya Tevat tapi kayak mempengaruhi
About
gitu
what
loh.
we had discussed before. I did try,
Kayak
but I'm
faktor
afraid I
X
couldn't
di
reach the
luar
old hag. I'll try
karena
again
belum
tonight,
dijelasin
but
ya.
I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Makin sering muncul Hexen Circle. Joker. Ini kayak apa ya? Kayak dia tahu semua ini tapi kayak posisinya itu di luar Celestia sama ini kayak ini tuh munculnya gimana? Terus asal-usulnya gimana? Pada belum tahu. Yang ngenalin istilah idol ke Barbara aja si Alice. Dia bawa majalah dari dunia lain tentang idol. Iya anjir.
Huh?
Tapi katalismnya itu salah satu yang micu si Gold.
Goodness
Si Gold
gracious. Are you serious?
Oh, katalisme yang 500 tahun yang lalu. Ada salah satu yang micu itu si Hexen Circle. What the hell?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yang ngeluarin
She
makhluk
was quite
habis ke
cryptic,
Tevat
but
bukan yang langsung
I suspect she
nyebabin
means that there's
katalisme.
still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or
Yang
what that would
ngeluarin
be,
makhluk
though,
habis ke
so
Tevat. What the fuck?
perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Yang dewa terus siapa anjing kalau kayak gitu? Di atas dewa anjing. Hexen
Traveler,
Circle anjing.
Paimon,
Alien
are you
cuk.
two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like...
I see. I feel that same. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as but even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't.
Primordial One aja
Even if
bisa
this is all
disolo 7
futile,
naga
I
kayak
still wish to
Nopal yang
help
full power.
everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Buset.
You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related, it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be what...
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk.
Ini nggak jadi ngejebak si itu. Nggak jadi ngejebak si Purina kita. Nggak mau. Itu world quest. Saya tidak akan terjebak dengan world quest.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte thus did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler, journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the traveler's Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead. Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. We're here!
Ini kapan ketemu Tatang nih?
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it!
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Fansnya
Oh,
Nupilet.
are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Ntar kalau udah di Simpang ketemu Tatang.
Really say something like that?
That's
Di
right.
Simpang apa
Even
anjir?
he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every
Usually
day?
every day.
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Tapi yang jelas Paimon udah ada di Tevat sebelum si Melusin. Kemarin gue mainin si story questnya Nupilet kan, terus kayak Melusinnya bilang nyebut Paimon Big Sis aja. Terus dia bilang kayak, nggak tau, gue ngerasa kayak Paimon lebih tua aja dari Melusin aja.
But if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being... I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only... I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes.
Tapi kenapa si Sequoin beda mukanya ya?
I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Sama Melusin yang lain ya?
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Ada yang namanya perkawinan silang anjay. Siapa yang kawin dengan Melusin, guys? Coba sebutkan orangnya.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Nego bagi
Don't worry
hasil.
about that. I heard that you were in Poisson sometime. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
Really?
You're all...
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler?
Huh? So your article in the paper today does...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deep.
Yeah, are we even...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you... Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive
Anjing, yang
interview with a
dipikir masih
truly
wawancara
unique person,
eksklusif anjir.
then the story I would... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger
Lu mati,
pigeons to get
Charlotte.
copies out to the various
Anjing,
nations
kalau
as soon
kiamat.
as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note...
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Traffic nomor 1, bos. Aduh.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask
Pindah.
if you could
Pindah bang
choose,
ke HSR.
what would
HSR
you
baru
like to
rilis
do?
berapa bulan kemarin. Naik kereta noh, muter lu.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have
Lombok
to either
aman.
with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean
Aduh.
still traveling?
Dingin dikit nggak ngaruh ya.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing? Feels like it'll grow mold if you stay. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Asin.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilette sent me to look for you two before. I
Wow,
heard
wow,
that
wow, wow,
afterward you went to the
wow.
fortress of Meropide.
Welcome, Sky. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for following Lady Camelia. By the way, welcome riders. Wait. Welcome riders, welcome riders. Bang, full weapon bang. Udah tinggal tipis bang. Belum dapat tadi. Full weapon bang. Bentar. Habisin aja. Kayaknya udah mau habis deh kayak tadi. Gua ajar ke Furinanya. Gua habisin dah. Bentar habis ini.
Not at all. Yes, inside the opera house.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't Lady Farina was watching a performance at the opera house, and while she was resting during an intermission,
welcome riders.
some other audience members suddenly started harassing
Perkenalkan
her,
saya Robby,
loudly accusing
walaupun
her of
channelnya namanya
doing nothing
Tulitopo.
about the prophecy crisis.
Sedang
And before she could respond, others
berusaha
started to join
menghindari
in.
spoiler dengan menjalankan Archon Quest
The
ya.
crowd continued to grow, and protests
Semoga
against the
kalian yang di
Hydro
sini sudah
Archon
selesai
started to
Archon
break
Quest jadi tidak
out.
spoiler.
So people have started to put the
We are
blame on
riders,
Farina.
welcome.
Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to...
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Wait,
That
Furina
said, I
hilang?
don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all.
Welcome Marta.
Even if she were to
Bentar.
fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Anjay, Elden Ring gak tuh?
Good. Monsieur Nervilette sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping...
Is that so? Well, all right then.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of
Aslinya
stone.
lembek.
When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson,
Gue lupa gue dikasih pedang di sini. Kakak usah, lu di sini mah punya pedang tapi gak usah kerja. Santai aja Sky.
it would be hard for
Lu
her
di
to
sini
ignore being
khusus
accused by the
punya
public,
pedang
right?
berkuasa tak usah kerja di sini aja.
Thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Terserah Sky, mau pakai SO, mau pakai temot orang, terserah itu pedang. Bebas di sini.
In that case, there's not a moment to...
Temui Furina di Poisson. Tuh, udah tinggal berapa ya? Gue lupa Sky. Cuman ingat gue udah tuh. Udah abis di Purina tadi. Oh, sebagian udah pedang tadi di awal. Kuasho. Udah nyampe PT berapa tuh? Delapan, berarti 7 ya. 7 kali 5 tambah 1 totalnya. Masih belum pulang pedangnya bang. Santai. Tapi dikejar bisa kok itu. Ntar kita kejar dengan nguli. Betul. Tapi thank you ya Sky ya. Berkat tanda Purinanya pulang Sky. Kita susulin Purina dulu di di Poisho. Purihu Purina. Kasih UID kami. Apakah Amelia adalah owner E6 Purina? Mitos saja itu. Aduh. Purina di mana? Oh, di bawah. Astaga. Dede. Mitos saja itu. Di kemarin saya pakai mitos jempol hitam, tembus anjir. Sky. Saya kemarin ngepull si Wiro sama senjatanya pakai mitos jempol hitam, Kamelia. Saya percaya ramalan dan mitos. Santai.
That's Farina right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Bener sendirian dong. Introvert nih.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Archonnya mau bunuh diri, guys.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just
Yang penting dapat jadi cara apapun dihalalkan. Depresi kade. Kena mental anjir.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my
Ini
ignorant
sumpah nih kalau gue
subjects.
jadi traveler ya, gue jorokin cok, sumpah si Purina.
Farina,
kelar anjing cerita,
you were crying
beres.
just now, weren't you?
Jadi air lu.
What do you mean, tear stains? I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Did they even dare to tout their Archon? I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine they're twisted and frustrated. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too. Of course not.
Kalau mau nangis aja.
Archon's over there. Quick, after her.
Mampus lu.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line. That's against the rules. I can't let them.
Udah cabut anjing.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up.
Mau cabut kemana, Dek? Dek.
should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up.
What?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Masuk ke dalam perangkap.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's it.
Buset.
What's happening? The ground's
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Siapin popcorn. Wow, udah mulai ini kah?
Can't
Cutscene
be.
kah?
It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of
Belum
years.
sih. Oh.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried
Tapi
all kinds of ways too to
masaknya
hold
kan
back the
lumayan
sea.
lama.
Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Oke.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Kamu belum menyerah kan?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now.
Apa sih balik lagi anjing?
Impulse to play the stricken maiden.
Anjing
But
males banget
honestly,
ya.
considering my rank and station, that wasn't a
Bayangin
good fit
kalau
at all.
MC lu adalah Furina dan sebacot itu
Don't take any
ditambahin
of what
sama
I just
Paimon
said
anjing.
seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Harus dapat info lebih banyak. Tidur gua nyenyak. Auto uninstall. Anjing. Aku tidak tahu apa yang kamu sembunyikan dari semua orang, tapi
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
kamu bisa bikin kamu kan bisa cerita sama orang. Cerita saja sama aku, anggap saja aku ini saksi.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes.
Hater adalah
In other
alien,
words,
guys.
you never belonged here. And if Tivat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't
Betul.
you? If that's the case...
Ayo. Ayo, lu kalau bacot gak jelas lagi, tampol juga nih. Oke. Mau cerita apa lu? Ayo. Buruan. Udah gempa nih. Anjing, ini gempa beneran ya? Di sidang anjing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not
Anjing,
forget,
tadi udah mau dapet
however, that
si
I
Aether,
am
anjing.
Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit upset?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Anjing. Tiru duel sama Lorraine. Gelut sini bang.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Ya.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Anjing masih bacot dong.
Again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too
Bentar, ini
am
pengakuan apa enggak nih?
exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her
Iya
crimes?
anjing. Rakyatnya goblok juga lama-lama.
Still acting super
Kesel gue.
dramatic. She is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
That is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without
Anjing, harusnya
flinching.
Cloran disuruh duel sama Raiden Shogun gak sih anjing?
Thank you.
As for you,
Dengan begitu,
traveler, I suppose your
apa
role was to
dekret
keep me
Shokoku terselesaikan
distracted with
dengan mudah anjing.
conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I
Anjing
didn't
keren
notice
cok.
anything amiss before revealing
Azua
yourself
kenapa
as my
susah-susah ya
prosecutor
manggil
once we'd arrived onto the
Cloran
stage.
dateng kelar anjing duel kita. Tebakanmu salah. Tugasku adalah bisa membuatmu menceritakan rahasia. Anjay.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we so in other words, trilogy of evidence every time we want to use something from our... Let's quickly
Rekapan,
confirm the
anjing.
information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. I didn't think that this is the first time Monsieur a Fatui Harbinger. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in... According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both child and that witch... I nearly lost my awesome... The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly
Punya
understood.
rekapan. Let's go, kita gunakan bukti-buktinya
The
buat
prosecution and the
membungkam
defense are both in
Furina.
position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the... Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the... humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more...
That's true. But my charge here is
Dah, dibayar
unrelated
lagi,
to your
Tin.
conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came
Tergacor.
thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right?
Charge accepted.
Archon gadungan,
Lady Farina,
guys. Apakah
do you
kita
plead
nge-pull
guilty
Archon
to the charge?
gadungan?
Lady Farina,
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be any...
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Batas pengetahuan
Well,
mereka saja.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe and if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Oke.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as competitive.
Duh. Tidak relevan. Dramanya sekelas sidang sianida, anjing. Dalam pertemuan diplomatis bersama dia kan nanya, apa alasannya Farina bisa hidup begitu lama? Nggak efek dong. Dan pertama dimana ini nih. Farina bukan Archon sebenarnya dan bukan dia terkena semacam itu kan. Pensi memburu monster lanjut memburu Loli ya nih. Ini saya sedang menjadi kuasa hukum Paimon. Pas. Sebagai seorang sarjana hukum, saya harus menyelesaikan tugas saya di sini untuk membuktikan bahwa Farina adalah Archon palsu.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a
BTW
harbinger's
welcome Ras.
words against me.
Selamat menyaksikan persidangan terakbar Fontaine hari ini. Kalau gagal lepas gelar ya. Aduh. Lo bukan sarjana hukum bang, sarjana hentai.
Miss.
Oh. Yang penting adalah kebenarannya.
I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Kamu cuma manusia biasa yang kena kutukan, betul.
Is actually a human?
Real
Well,
nokep.
it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Anjing, skor jadi imbang lagi
Well,
guys.
don't start
1-1.
celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
Jangan sombong kau
One need
Purina.
only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Purina tidak bisa mengandalkan oratrice sama sekali. Betul, buktinya adalah penghakiman Cilde.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. They're
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
Anjing,
You will prove
ingat.
yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you
Ada yang
continue
namanya
to withhold
prinsip
vital information
equality
against
before
the
the
rules
law.
of the court.
Anjing,
I never thought
semuanya sama di mata
you'd
hukum
use
Purina.
that kind of rhetoric against
Jangan
me.
bacot Anda.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really
Mulai
losing
panik
me.
saudara-saudara.
It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My
mampus lu.
power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the
Anjing,
formidable
bacot terus
power
tuh.
of an Archon?
Kesel juga
If
gue.
that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Silakan.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Anjing. Paimon juga kesel, Cok.
It's all because of
Menemukan yang lebih bacot dari
All
Paimon.
Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Anjing. 2-0, guys.
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone.
Paimon bacot berisi, Furina bacot biar rame doang.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Please, you've got to believe me.
Di,
If what the
nangis.
prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of
Pakai
another
pembuktian
Hydro
terbalik.
Archon's existence,
Nggak bisa gitu
nor can
dong.
you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that
Tahu-taunya dia
I'm not
pembuktian terbalik.
actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we...
Kasih nyawa, Rob. Apa yang membuktikan kalau Furina memang hanya manusia biasa? Ah, nih. Saat menjelajahi runtuhan, bagian dalamnya mulai runtuh. Tavia jatuh ke dalam air dan mengandung air laut primordial. Hanya perlindungan dari anggota Spina. Enggak dong. Apa yang membuktikan kalau Furina memang hanya manusia biasa? Voucher kah? Aduh. Kita buktikan. Pakai ini.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
Artinya, Paimon, kasih paham.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss
Siram
Navi,
aja pakai air.
please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But If you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is
Responder
indeed just a
Navia.
human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Anjing berani, Cok.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Lah, berhak menolak anjing.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrible.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
What the fuck?
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is
Anjing, dia
still
juga
here.
takut anjing.
I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water!
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar
Oh,
concentration.
mampus.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence? Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe...
What the fuck?
You...
Hampir mati, Cok. Farina hampir mati anjing.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such... Think about it. How can you conclusive... Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me.
Ya nangis.
I swear, I really am your Archon.
Ya nangis, Dek. Si bangsat emang mau bunuh diri di tempat berarti.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Keluarkan ultimate move, Farina.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway me. She's too stacked against her now.
Masih mending lo ketemu netizen Indo, kelar hidup lo anjing.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is
guilty.
Guilty.
Perang. Yah, nangis dek.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is
tidak bersalah.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Anjing.
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
What?
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Mampus.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the
Cok,
available
kebangetan, Cok.
sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even
Thanks, gone wrong.
sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Di putusannya tertulis Archon Hydro.
Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Well, that escalated quickly. Tiba-tiba
Excuse
jomplang ya
me
kan.
if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Kemana aja bang?
You
Bang
finally made
Preminet.
it. I assume this means
Dari
you've
tadi gua
completed your
ngebacot
mission?
lu kemana aja bang?
Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Oke. Alasannya dapat diterima ya.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremenade to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded?
Belum. Belum telat kok, Dek. Absen dulu,
Thank
absen
you for
dulu.
your hard work, Mr. Fremenade. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other
Gokil
existing
juga
slates.
ngangkat gituan,
I'd like
iya
you
ya.
to come here and confirm their contents.
Belum telat 3 bulan masih aman.
What is it?
Anjing. 100 kilo minimal itu anjing lah Preminet. Preminet kalau udah nyelam bultek anjing. Jadi kuat, Cok. Para Oceanid
I
berubah jadi
believe I've
manusia.
now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you
Husnuzon
say
aja bang,
Hydro
nariknya
Archon,
pakai
do you
kapal.
mean the
Iya
real
sih,
Hydro
bisa
Archon
juga
we've
sih.
been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do... The first
Lu
stone
kata
slate
Obelis
describes what you
manggul
just said.
menhir.
It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Oceanid berubah jadi
Does
manusia.
that mean that
Apa artinya
Fontanians are
orang Fontaine itu
transformed
sebenarnya jelmaan
Oceanids?
Oceanid?
Oh, Paimon
Paimon
wasn't
nggak nyangka,
expecting that.
tapi kalau Oceanid bisa jadi manusia
if
berarti yang
Oceanids
sebaliknya
can turn
juga
into
bisa
humans,
dilakukan, Dok.
Perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
Preminat minum potion ajaib Asterix Obelix.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Buktikan kebenaran. Ah, ini pakai ini.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young
Waduh,
women
gacor
that
lagi Aether, Cok.
Fontanians can be
Gajian
dissolved
lagi
in
dia.
primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Buset, berarti Fontaine dulu isinya Oceanid semua gitu. The hell? Dosa pertama ya.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of
Berarti
Fontaine by
manusia-manusia pertama
Celestia
Fontaine
has
itu
recorded on the stone
enak-enaknya
slates.
sama Oceanid. Kagak dong, mereka kan semua Oceanid, anjing. Kan mereka semua Oceanid. Wow. Dalam air, cowok. Jadi kayak ikan. Satu pejantan bisa buat banyak. Kan ngambang semua itu. Lah masa Oceanid semua pasti ada orangnya toh. Ya kalau begini anjir semuanya Oceanid, cowok. Kan tadi Oceanid semua tuh. Tapi semua orang Fontaine kan bisa larut, cacak men. Berarti kan semuanya Oceanid dong. Oceanid terus sama Archon Hydro diubah nih. Ini gua kasih bisa berubah jadi manusia, jebret. Kagak ngerti, berdosa lu kalau bikin kayak begitu. Kagak bisa ceritanya lu bikin-bikin kayak begitu. Terus yang pendatang jadi penganut bestiality dong. Kalau dikasih sama orang Fontaine. Iya juga sih. Kawin silang ya. Jatuhnya sama kayak itu ya. Kayak Kenriah yang kemarin ya. Yang pada jadi hilicul. Terus kalau yang kawin silang gimana ceritanya gitu. Terus kayak teorinya Kaya itu kawin silang gitu. Karena dia nggak jadi hilicul. Tadinya orang Fontaine Remuria manusia semua. Tapi kena banjir bandang semua. Kayak cerita Nabi Nuh. Oh. Terus diselamatin jadi oceanid. Mereka bisa hidup tapi jadi oceanid gitu kah? Kayaknya dicangkok anjing. Kena banjir bandang, mau mati, diselamatin sama Archon Hydro. Mereka jadi oceanid. Tapi mereka bisa balik lagi jadi manusia, bisa hidup tapi mereka aslinya udah jadi oceanid gitu kan. Makanya Aegeria bikin oceanid jadi warga Fontaine biar ada penduduknya. Ah, berarti aslinya udah mati semua. Terus sisa tinggal oceanid nih, bahasanya kayak oceanid nih makhluk yang tercipta dari orang-orang yang mati gitu ya, dari banjir bandang gitu. Tenggelam di laut dikelilingi banyak orang. Ini kan?
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Ah, diadili juga Archon Hydronya. Ini kah? Mana? Pintu masuk mana?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was
Intinya
nearly
Primal
flooded with
Water
primordial
kayak
seawater,
bikin jadi
which we know
balikin ke
can cause
settingan pabrik.
Fontanians to dissolve.
Oh.
It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow
Orang-orang
in
larut
the
ke lautan primordial tapi sebenarnya tidak mati. Jiwa mereka mengalir ke dalam air menyatu dan menjadi oceanid. Oh. Jadi lautan primordial itu kayak hukuman dari Celestia ya. Kayak buat orang-orang Fontaine, nih gua kasih hukuman lo. Jebret, dikasih lautan primordial tuh. Larutlah mereka jadi oceanid.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original
Disulap
sin.
lah sama Hydro Archon. Nih gua selamatin dari hukuman langit. Terus Celestia kayak, lah kok lu ngatur-ngatur anjing gitu. Gue yang kasih hukuman kok lu selamatin anjing gitu. Lu saha anjing gitu. Terus langsung cepret, gue kasih hukum lu anjing. Tapi Oceanid jadi manusia ini beneran jadi manusia ya, bukan kayak event kali kemarin yang makhluk Hydro yang berubah wujud. Oh, yang Oceanid, iya tahu yang bisa berubah wujud sama enggak itu beda case ya. Ini kayak Oceanid yang literally ya udah lu bisa jadi, lu gua ubah jadi manusia gitu.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we could...
Pembuktian berhasil. Soalnya bapaknya Navia kan pas Mokat keluar darah. Oh iya. Iya keluar darah. Tapi nggak tahu ya Tin ya yang bapaknya Navia itu. Tapi akhirnya kan hilang dia. Mayatnya nggak ditemuin juga kan? Bapaknya Navia ini ya, bapaknya Navia yang mati sama chlorine ya. Gara-gara gelut ya. Kan kalau matinya begitu ya keluar darah lah Tin. Oceanid atau droplet bisa jadi manusia mirip jin, tapi Hydro Archon bikin stabil.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Anjing plot twist, Cuk. Yang nolong siapa, yang ngadilin siapa.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the
Kasih tahu Bang Nopal. Ada plot twist di balik plot twist. Ada apa Bang Nopal?
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
Keren banget.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Tuh semuanya Oceanid anjing, nggak ada manusianya, cok. Rakyat Fontaine tuh nggak ada anjing.
I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Berarti?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another
Nggak
small
ada manusia
fallacy in your
normalnya.
deductions. About the fourth slate, you
Self-fulfilling
probably thought that the
prophecy.
eruption of
Gara-gara
primordial
kita
seawater beneath the
ngadirin
fortress of
Purina,
Meripede
profesinya jadi
served as the
jalan. Iya,
surest
anjir.
sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Paus still deh.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Gangguan lautan primordial ke dalam benteng Meriped adalah
That doesn't sound...
salah.
It was both dream.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Wait, berarti sebenarnya kalau nggak ada si Paus ini, lautan primordial aman-aman aja dong. Anjing, merinding lagi gua. Waduh. Waduh. Cok, konten digoncang, cok. Tsunami, Bang. Tsunami, Bang. Buset. keluar di sidang, cowok. Wah, anjing, no kill GG anjing. Ditelan. Anjing. Cil deco tatang yolo. Anjing tatang bangke. Yo, tatang. Anjing BTS cok, tatang fuck. Ada nih yang kayak jelangkung namanya disebut langsung muncul. Gue main pakai headset merinding denger musiknya. Iya anjing.
Was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale
Makanannya paus orang Fontaine, guys.
To resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Anjing. CODGG anjing tatang is man of the match anjing tatang. Kayak bacot lu semua masih di atas anjing. Masih berdebat bla 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 anjing gua gelut anjing dari tadi.
It is too late.
Tatang solo anjing itu. Kayak dia XP lane anjir. Yang lainnya pada farming jungling, dia XP lane anjing, nahan anjing. Muncul 20 titik dong. Nah, kalah itu bang.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
What the fuck?
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
What the hell?
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Banyakan mikir lu. Tatang tuh udah gelut, Bang.
The prophecy.
Ayo bantuin Tatang.
Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view...
Kalau urusannya sama takdir,
Just as prophecies are
sama ada masa depan
usually
yang dilihat
only
para
the
dewa.
future
Mungkinkah
as
ada
seen
sesuatu
from
yang
the
terjadi di
perspectives
pelosok
of
yang
the
tidak kelihatan
gods?
oleh mata dewa?
Could things ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Alien,
All
guys.
you need to
Jawabannya
do
adalah
is to
alien.
play
Aether
your
adalah
part.
alien. Orang yang tidak bisa dilihat oleh dewa di masa depan.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Biar lagi coy, ya cok. Anjing. Ada hal yang tidak bisa dilihat oleh dewa. What? Apa nih? Lah yang lain mana? Anjay, cok. Purina berubah.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that
Luar
wasn't my
plot twist
goal,
lagi.
of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
Sama aja tapi congkak
Although,
juga di
looking
Focalor.
back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans,
Anjir,
I dare
kenapa
say she
Dreadful
left
di
me
translate-nya
quite
jadi
a
nyusahin?
colossal mess
Iya
to
tadi,
clean
Cok.
up.
Wah, pengen gue keplak nih yang
But
translate.
one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Oh,
So
si
you were
Vokalor
also
dulu
once one
Oceanid
of
yang
the
layanin
Oceanids,
Egeria.
transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so
Ya
then I
nggak salah,
cursed
Dreadful
her.
juga bisa diartiin
All
gitu.
part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Aku bisa membangun hubungan emosional sama Saatnya. Berarti intinya si Vokalor kan Vokalor bikin Furina biar seakan-akan si Furina ini diadili sama ramalannya jalan dari Celestia. Oh, si Furina dihukum mati, jebret kayak Celestia oh udah kok si Archon Hydro nggak ada gitu karena udah dihukum mati. Tapi sebenarnya yang dihukum mati
I
nanti
once
bukan
considered
Furina,
keeping some
tapi si
pets in my
Vocalor.
office, but soon gave up on the idea. It's just not
Di
right to
mana
keep
Furina
small
tetap hidup.
animals where they won't be able to see the sun.
Gitu kan maksudnya si Vocalor? Intinya digidau. Mesti muter anjing, males.
Oh, who permitted you
Si
to
Furina
come
jadi
onto the
samsak sedangkan
stage?
Vocalor kerja di belakang layar. Iya begitu kan?
Your admiration
Tapi pas
for my
giliran di
august
finishing
self,
blow-nya,
but I must
Vocalor baru
ask
maju
you to
tuh,
keep to the rules.
numbalin diri.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my... Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Dah.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a
Bentar bang, lagi
technical
makan martabak
difficulty,
anjing tiba-tiba aja.
but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ah, nggak boleh.
This is order. Gather.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
A moment, please.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Mau ngapain Furina lu? Disuruh nonton.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's
mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My
Rambutnya kok
ideal.
jadi pendek?
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let
Ceritanya kan di
anyone
masa lalu.
suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as
Ini flashback,
humans
Bang.
imagine
Oh.
them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
Flashbacknya sampai puluhan episode.
I'm still not sure I understand.
400 tahun dia anjing.
I'll try.
Flashback
I'll
filter
try to
brutal.
do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Bab 2. Pidato pengangkatan Furina. Oh. Ini kayaknya rambut belakangnya hair extension deh. Kayaknya hair extension doang anjing.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey—
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Verena maba, iya anjing.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all powerful?
Mampus netizen Indo
She's
nih
being
anjing.
so modest.
Bacot bener.
What's the difference between her and an ordinary person?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they assertive, with a strong sense of presence, one who can dispel all doubt? Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the— Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play.
Bertingkah
The
berlebihan.
scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god.
Dewanya malah suruh bertingkah berlebihan
Carry
anjing.
fairness and justice. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratrice,
Anak baik-baik disuruh sandiwara jadi congkak. Anjing. Rusak emang Archonnya goblok. Ratusan tahun jin. Gedung opera Furina. Anjing ya. Bisanya cuman wuhu doang rakyat Fontaine anjing. Beban anjing. Beban sesungguhnya adalah rakyat Fontaine anjing. Udah bikin dosa ya kan. Archon Hydro-nya itu kena dosa gara-gara cuman pengen menuhin keinginan rakyat Fontainya anjing. Di sidang cuman wuha-wuhu doang anjir.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not besides, none of these trials were the one
Berarti
that I'm
konten itu
looking
diisi sama
forward to the
netizen.
most.
Betul.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright.
Kan
And
konten
do not
mirip
take what
Jakarta
I
ya.
said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties.
Aduh.
The trial I await. It will come one day.
Isinya rakyat-rakyat FOMO anjing. Lihat manusia pengen jadi manusia anjing. Ini hati-hati tukang bakso bawa hati.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable all right. Deuteria, is it? How is
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please.
You're such a gentle and wise God.
Aman jam segini nggak boleh masuk, ada pedagang masuk. Portalnya udah tutup ya.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not...
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after... The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this
So
whole
capek juga
time.
anjing, 400 tahun sandiwara begitu anjing.
Everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest.
400 tahun anjing.
Tomorrow's a new
Gimana nggak kena
day.
mental anjing? Bangsat juga nih Archon bangke.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases as well.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already.
Lady Farina, I've waited.
Bayangkan YouTuber aja baru setahun langsung hiatus.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen. This
Aduh.
joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at... I don't think I let anything slip today. I just don't know. I feel utterly exhausted.
Kuasu.
Best to rest early today too.
Buset, adegan 182.375 anjing.
It's
What
like a
the
dream
fuck?
being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you.
And what a fine family yours
507
is,
tahun anjing. Udah gua
Surely
hitung.
you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
Bangsat.
My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh.
Cuk, udah
Well,
kena
Hydro
mental,
from my
Cuk.
person.
Kasian, Cuk.
Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder.
Cuk, kayak orang sinting anjing, kasihan Cuk Urina.
Manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable.
Ayo gebukin telepon.
So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
Cuk, bocil kena mental anjing, kasihan Cuk.
But it would hurt so much if I reached my limit. No, I want to tell someone, anyone about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please.
Adegan berapa lagi nih? 182.376 anjing. Anjir, anak baik itu. Udahlah bang, kasihani bang.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you just share it with me.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to, and if Tevat is in its entirety a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator.
Ininya cuma itu doang, tim dialognya diulang-ulang anjir.
If that's
bayar setengah kayaknya.
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
Menang banyak, Pi. Dikasih ngomong banyak.
You shouldn't be selfish. But what if... What, Farina? You've worked so hard for so long. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come. Think about it. Long and hard.
Anjir, gejala bipolar. Emang bipolar bang, dia kan ada aslinya ada 2 bang.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until...
Fine.
Dan yang satu lagi gak pernah muncul.
So even Farina doesn't know the
Okay,
truth?
fine.
You've never once let her in on the full
Aduh.
plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Oh. It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Wait. Literally kill the Archon Hydro-nya ya?
Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
Tergede siapa
all you've done throughout the years
punya
is
Diluc.
just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way.
Berarti benar-benar mutus
Even now, I'm quite pleased at how
hubungan sama
well my
Celestia dong.
deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves,
Spesifik
Were they
Hydro
not
Archon.
guilty of essentially the same
Bukan siapa
crime?
Hydro Archonnya. Jadi siapapun yang
Egeria
dikenal
stole
sebagai
the
Hydro
power
Archon
of the
bakal kena
primordial sea,
hukuman.
and the heavenly principle
Iya,
stole
anjing.
the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Kayak mau
I,
ngancurin
for my
Hydro
part,
Archonnya
am
itu
the
gitu
god
loh.
of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Gokil anjing. Plot twist anjing.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain
Tahta
call
Hydra
has
Archonnya
come.
yang dihancurin. Iya.
I know I
Nah
may
ini
not
merinding
sound
parah.
it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Merinding anjing. Ih cowok mau dipancung anjing. Tapi jatuh simbolisme kepala jatuh. Iya cu. Lah kok anjing GG bangsa. Full power anjing.
I, Iudex Nervillet, hereby declare People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Gak ada obat anjing. Anjir berair lagi mata gue. Gigi anjing plot twistnya. The fuck.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still
Fontaine
alive
literally
and
kain
haven't been
riah
resolved, I
versi
assume whatever
2.0
happened was good for us.
anjing.
It's time to
Fontaine
end
is
this.
kain
We
riah
must mete out
2.0
punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it.
Apakah Nuvillet nantinya yang akan memimpin garda depan melawan Celestia, guys? Anjing. Hydro Archon dengan kekuatan penuh, cok. Hydro Archon apa? Hydro Dragon.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Anjing.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler.
Dragon
The hour
Drake.
of execution has come.
Anjing tenang tapi membara. Iya, cok. Santai, ada Bapak Jonglik.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon power.
Oh, bisa diserang.
I feel sorrow turning into hostility.
Nggak kena. Nggak kena.
Solidify! The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Untung gue full. Nggak apa-apa, cok. Gue nge-full Furina adalah bentuk dari charity, anjir. Oh, emang dimakan ceritanya. Gambaran real Genshin.
Let's begin.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress its roots from within.
What? Genshin X Skrillex. Alah, paus doang belaga lu. Sini lawan naga. What? Who is that? Cilnya dibawa kemana?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well,
Peliharaan
actually,
guruku.
I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Dibuang anjing. Anjir tatang dibuang. Aduh, tadi udah the best anjing. Udah GG kan masuknya pas di sidang. Ujungnya dibuang anjing. Peliharaan guru.
Power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Orang yang melihara aldivouring narwhal.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails
Satu-satunya
as
hanya
a pet.
wujudnya.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Surtalogi.
Surtalogi. Siapanya Sultan Jorgi, Cok. Surtalogi siapanya Sultan Jorgi. Anjing. Anjir segede gaban bisa ngancurin negara cuma pet. Babi 4 levelnya Genshin naik lagi. Di atas Archon coy. Peliharaan cacat. Orang ngajuk fix. Him. Ih, laki berarti kan gurunya dia, gurunya Skirk.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfilnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ah, si Gold Rendotir.
She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, The prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Nggak usah kaget, biasa aja Paimon.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the
Santai.
end, the people will all be
Kita punya
dissolved into the
orang
waters,
gigi baru.
and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Surtalogi itu apa suter yang bakal dunia pas Ragnarok kalau Nord apa lagi anjing yang juga diambil dari bahasa Nordik. Anjir tiba-tiba muncul bakti baru.
Only then
Archon
will the sins of the people of
sama bakti
Fontaine
Surtalogi.
be washed away.
Satu lagi abis. Buset, ini perang berapa sisi? Masuknya ke abis gak sih? Bukan abis order ya. Ini tenggelam udah. Nggak larut ya, tapi ya karena udah di ini sama Nupilet ya. Mas kiriman Bogor anjing. Anjing, kapalnya si Wiro cocok. GG.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Anjing, GG kapalnya Wiro.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
Bentar, ini nggak disurutin nih.
Look, the water's receding.
Oh, udah surut. Nupilet ya.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong.
Sedot sama Nopas pakai sedotan anjing. Rakyat kontol dia balik korbanin jiwanya bocah terus karat-karatan gara-gara lupa mau masak. Jadi emosi gue.
The prophecy was wrong.
Anjir, sudah seharusnya kita full Purina guys. Justice for Purina, betul. Nge-pull Purina adalah bentuk charity untuk menyelamatkan Purina. Koin for Purina anjing. GG sih GG.
The soul renewed. The Spirit Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to people always
Koin
call
untuk
the first
Purina.
researcher mad, but few know what to call the
Aduh.
second. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Hyman's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
Keren coy nggak ambil untung dari bencana, nggak kayak Wakanda.
You're the best incubators of news if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm
are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on!
Dikorup lagi
Let's
buat
head to
modal
Poisson
pemilu.
first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
GG. Terus kita nggak tahu si Tatang pergi kemana ini. Dilempar kemana kita nggak tahu. Si Tatang dilempar kemana. Siul. Mana? Oh, di bawah. BTW itu bossing weekly dulu bang, bentar lagi reset.
Oh, it's you. What
Iya
brings
kah?
you all?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Oh iya, gue belum bang.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented our residents are hard
Material
at
buat
work as
Purina itu.
well.
Oh,
Thanks
si
to
itu.
everyone, work is progressing.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours, but if you don't mind,
Seminggu
could
cuma
you
bisa
not
dapat
emphasize
2
our role
soalnya.
too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to
Oh
share the
iya
same.
ding,
I get
ding
where you're
ini
coming
minggu
from.
ya.
I'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Huh? You're here too?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen
Ya udah,
after that
habis ini
whole
dah.
duel business with.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of excitement.
forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake.
Nebeng bang, sap
might as
di
well
sini.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Gue pengen nge-build
Speed
Charlotte
is of
juga
the
nih.
essence when it comes to the news.
Kitnya
Freshness is the
scaling
key.
ke attack kan?
Also, not to
Kayaknya
brag,
seru
but
dah.
Wow, you really do have that
Healnya
never
dia
say
scaling ke
die
attack kan?
spirit.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make.
That's a very complete
Bersil.
information
Oh,
chain.
kayak
In
ini ya,
truth,
kayak
all
si
Monsieur
itu kan.
Neuvillette asked me was,
Berarti kayak bersil
when did the
kayak
fortress
si
become so friendly
Barbara.
towards the media? I told
Pengen
him that it was
pull
best not
Charlotte
to speak
buat
too
skill
soon.
fotonya doang.
There's no guarantee that
Buat
Wrightsley
foto
will make a
domain.
personal appearance.
Oh iya bisa
You're
foto
right.
dalam domain ya?
Got a treasure.
Stay safe now, and tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Di mana bos baru? Di mana Narwal? Belum kebuka narwalnya. Dekat domain buku. Oh. Cacakman mau ikut juga. Dekat domain buku. Ini kan. Belum kebuka, Cok. Saya udah, Bang.
If you ever see any stickers on my back, do me a
Pakai
favor
buku
and
udah
take
langsung
them
bisa.
off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes.
Bukan. Ini bukan. Gak ada, Cok. Bagian domain. Ini bagian domain. Oh. Oh, ini. Harus selesaiin dulu. Belum ada, Bang. Iya, harus ngelesain dulu, Tin. Harus kelar dulu kayaknya, anjing. Harus sampai kelar ini.
Now disappear.
Masuk ke gua aja kalau enggak. Oh. Ke tempatnya si Cacakman. Gue emang bisa ikut kalau gue belum ini. Kalau gue belum ini quest ke tempat orang emang gue bisa ikut. Infokan UID. Gue taruh. Ada berapa nih?
A word of advice, don't break the law. Is there anything else?
83, 21.
Yeah, seriously, don't break the law.
Bubar dulu, Bang. GG anjing. Berarti Fountain satu-satunya negara tanpa Archon. Wait, berarti dengan begitu Gnosisnya hancur juga ya? Tidak ada Gnosis versi Archon Hydro ya berarti ya? Anjing gua pakai apa nih? Apa, Cuk? Oh, fire. Kelemahannya fire. Gue pakai Bennett aja dah. Mana Bennett gua anjing? Oh, udah Bennett. Ya udah gue ini. Daya gue belum jadi, Bang. Anjing. Apakah apakah ini beda C6? Apakah tinju Wiro menjadi tinju api, guys? Buset. Takut, Bang.
Adventure time.
What now? Let's begin.
Sakit. Mang Ye. Oh, ini nggak ada damage kalau lagi gini. Gue kira ada damage ya pas dia nyelam. Ajar bang, ajar bang. Sakit cok. Buset, jauh banget bang itu. Mampus kau. Ini sama gua. Ini 45.000.
Wait now.
Trot.
Let's begin.
Disappear. It's over.
Mampus kau paus. Sedep. Jelek. Jelek. Dapat 2 tapi. Tidak dikasih dream soul pen. Thank you, Bang. Sekalian ini tapi cacakmen udah ya? Biasa. Gacor, Kang. Gacor. Oh, di sini dia pecahnya. Apa enggak mau itu gua farming apa? Ayo aja gua mah. Apa ya? Ke itu ininya Furina. Talentnya Furina. Gua condense dulu ya biar cepet bener. Mumpung belum ganti kan, masih bisa ini. Berapa kali? 3 kali paling. Nah kan, 3 kali. Ajar bang. Wiro Sableng gua kuat bang. Enak juga nih pakai Wiro Sableng. Anjay. Sembur-sembur kah?
Away now. Bow your head.
The tides beckon.
Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Let's light it up!
Widih, widih. Nupilet mode kamu kah? Bang, Purina itu Archon healer ya bang? Archon healer. Dia bukan Archon healer. Dia adalah anak kecil yang tersakiti, yok ya. Purina adalah anak kecil yang tersakiti. BTW welcome yok ya. Yang mau kesini loh. Abis ini. Ini story kurang dikit lagi. Udah tinggal konklusi. Masukin ini. Apa namanya? Ngejar material tadi, ngejar material itu. Ngejar material weekly boss Purina. Oh, yang sana dulu ya, Bang. Wait. Wih.
Come on, please.
Gue bareng Ragdas nih berdua. Lah, udah pada bubar orang-orang. Satu kali lagi, Bang. Tinggal gua. Kagak kelihatan, Bang, mau abang. Anjing. Nupilit ditinggal aja. Bang, kan bisa nyembur dari jauh ya, Bang. Sembur dong, sembur. Sembur dari jauh dong, Bang. Kan OP. Nupilit mah dari belakangnya nontonin. Ayo, kita tunggu Nupilit. Galang, Bang. Udah kayak pemadam. Anjing. Pantesan tadi kok gak ada freeze-nya. Ternyata tukang semprotnya ketinggalan. The best. Thank you.
There's no way
Pada
there's a
bubar.
precious item ahead.
Udah pada bubar yang lain. Udah pada bubar, tumben.
Dari tadi. Kan udah gue bilang sisa gua sama Rargas berdua.
Thank you Cakmen.
Live RTO.
Lumayan 3 kali ada kuningnya semua. Gue berapa ya tadi total berarti? 2 kali kayaknya dapat kuning. Thank you. Saya lanjutkan story terakhir. Tinggal konklusi.
Do you mean ladder ahead?
Berarti tinggal Natlan ya. Kalau Natlan nanti ini udah tinggal perlawanan ke Celestia nih harusnya.
Yeah, there's no way you go down there.
Gua nggak ada kuning bang. Semoga nggak ada kuning. Oh pindah ke benteng. Harus lebih giat farming. Dikonpetin. Dikonpet bisa dapat kuning banyak loh. Berarti harusnya habis ini ketemu ini ya, ketemu Danslave ya? Iya nggak guys, bener nggak gue?
Iya,
Habis ini ketemu Danslave kan?
Harusnya ntar tuh. Harusnya.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good
Ketemu
head
Alice.
nurse recommended to
Emang
us.
iya?
It's an honor to finally meet the much
Emang
rumored
ketemunya Alice habis ini?
Thank you for
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement.
Kayaknya habis ini Danslave. Harusnya
Of
Danslave.
course.
All right then, this way.
Holy hell, what the hell?
Kayaknya Tatang akan berujung dengan ketemu Danslave deh. Ngelanjutin Tatang dilempar tuh kemana ya nggak sih? Kalau kata tukang becak langganan gue gitu anjing. Tukang becak di sana main Genshin tin.
Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll the boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated
Berarti
a myth
sebenarnya
back
kalau
there,
fonten
like an
tenggelam
emissary
yang paling
of
aman
legend.
adalah benteng ini ya, bentengnya si Wiro ya.
Where's that flying ship now?
Takeshi.
Benteng Takeshi. Habis ini Lantern Red kan versi
I have to apologize, but that ship
biasanya
is
pas
presently
Imlek
in the
terus.
bowels of our factory. I'm afraid
Oh
it won't
Imlek
be easy for
Januarian
you
ya
to get a
paling ya.
shot of it.
Apa Desember Imlek?
Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make
4.4.
up for that loss?
Iya
43
Januarian berarti ya. 43. Ini udah 42. Berarti
You
besok
already
dong.
know my
Update
answer,
besok
I'm
dong.
afraid.
Enggak.
Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to...
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Besok bukan.
Antara
Bukan.
akhir tahun ya berarti ya Imlek. Imleknya.
Is my hair messed up?
Imlek tuh
Please, someone help me have a
Februari.
look.
Serap.
Buset lama banget anjir. Update-nya. 43 akhir atau 44 awal. 7 Januari
44.
Imlek Nato. Saya yakin dari Nabesiko yang merayakan ya guys. Jadi
Enggak,
kalendernya
kenapa?
pasti udah
Genshinnya dibikin 44.
Ah, Sijuin.
udah fix tuh.
Hey,
44
Miss
awal
Charlotte.
ya.
Serius nggak mau main game ini?
Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuin. Over.
Sure. Do I
43 nggak ada lantern red.
how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can
There's
see.
no way there is a shortcut.
Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
43 harusnya istirahat
That's
sih.
why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir.
Rabbit
I believe that you
What the
too
fuck?
should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers
Saatnya
are still waiting for
dibombardir
his return.
versi filter.
I'll
Oh
tell them that
versi
there's good
filler
news and
sampai
bad news.
Natlan.
The
Iya nih.
good being that they're...
Tapi yang di Sumeru kemarin dan slave-nya the fuck mind blowing sih anjing. Gue berharapnya yang ini bakal
As to
mind
what
blowing
Miss
juga
Farina's
sih.
departure will mean for the nation and if our
Gue
laws and
lupa
governance
kemarin
will be
ngapain ya.
transformed,
Yang
We'll leave those to
itu,
the
yang
folks in the overworld.
anaknya berubah ini, berubah jadi hilicul itu. Kemeru.
Good.
Lanjutan
In that
story
case, let's
Albudi
call it a
Wen. Oh
day.
iya tuh Albudi juga
Thanks for your
masih
cooperation.
menggantung dan seru
Let's
tuh.
go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll
Kembaran
be a next
Albudi ya.
time.
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater
Yang
factory
terakhir
next
kan yang
time.
ketemu kembaran terus ternyata jadi apa whooper flower yang gede banget itu.
All right. Last stop, the docks.
Masih ada lagi kembarannya. Iya iya, yang terakhir itu. Masih ada satu lagi yang ini. Ah, ini. Adegan terakhir. Siapa di pojokan sini?
Satu lagi, Sep.
Gue yakin ntar tiba-tiba ada event itu. Event itu. Itu ngapain itu?
Oh. Oke.
Tapi itu tuh emang karakter filler banget sih anjing. Kayak
Halo,
karakternya pas banget buat ngisi-ngisi filler begituan. Kocak anjing.
Halo.
Udah lama Oni berotak-otak, yang satu itu nggak muncul. Event itu pasti asik sih. Betul. Kita tuh emang kayak karakternya diciptakan emang khusus buat filler anjir, sumpah. Kayak dia tuh karakter filler banget anjir.
Sementara sih hero ya.
Kalau mau gampang tuh mage.
Iya sih,
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gift?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this.
Trick a friend. I wonder which of my friends would...
Depan ada grace nggak ya? Ya habis nih.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
What the fuck?
Bukan bisa sneak attack ya?
Is
Bukan bisa
this
sneak attack
what
ya?
you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet.
Buat additional
Could I have
damage
your contact,
awal-awal
please?
Sakit banget.
You
Sure.
sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Nggak main kan?
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater as...
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll be...
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte said...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Oh, gnosisnya masih ada.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a...
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervillet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Bikin dia di bubu. Bubu anjing. Kenapa gak tidur sih anjing? Translate-nya bubu.
Mau ke situ aja gue bingung tuh caranya tuh gimana. Terus up, go.
That's true. When you think about it, we
gimana?
had loads
Bentar.
of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be out.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Mommy.
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Knef.
What the hell?
Ini nosisnya. Pilet buat apaan? Knef. Lawan Celestia, Pilet. Nomor. Kasih saya nomor kasih gnosis. Anjing. Emang gak ada yang waras Warbringer.
A vision?
Visionnya si
Alright.
Tilde.
I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time. And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're... Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Anjir celananya
Hello.
Arlecchino
If I'm not
cutbre gak sih?
mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of
Cutbre.
you. That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a
Emang nggak
subject
ada.
in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent. I will. The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains
Anjir
so
denger suara
agreeable.
Arlecchino bikin ngilu.
Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Farewell.
Loh, kenapa itu?
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture.
Gue kira gnosisnya bakal hancur barengan dengan dibunuhnya
Thank you
itu.
all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too
Bikin
nervous.
ame-ame.
Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many... I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see her never
Oh nih. Gnosisnya di bawah Nupilet nih.
Di bawah
Jauh
apa
banget.
dikasih kena pilet?
Jauh banget nih Bambang. Nggak tahu, belum tahu nih. Anjing nih di pengadilannya kenapa nggak ada yang teleport depan pintu sih anjing? Kesel gua.
Ya jangan tanya aku dong.
Kan udah dikasih gnosisnya. Iya dikasih ke ini kan? Dikasih ke apa? Si Arlecchino. Enggak, gua kira tuh Gnosisnya ikutan hancur tadi tuh pas si Vokalor dibunuh. Bunuh diri. Nggak butuh juga dia ya.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to
Dialog
greet
penuh
me
lore.
earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Gila emang.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oke, tentang putusan awal yang dijatuhkan
I
ke
have
Kyuubi.
investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the
Lara
whole
akan guys
time.
lor bom.
In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yang anjing nih ya. Gara-gara Cili kepleset jatuh, anjing. Bencana fonten tercipta anjing. Goblok anjing. Gue kalau jadi si Tata anjing. Anjing gue jatuh cok, kagak ngerti apa-apa cok. Disalahin bangke. Udah bukan Dear Sister, is another castle lagi.
Yeah, about that. Ryza said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out.
Ini lagi terakhir.
She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials.
Bocil kena mental,
After much
kasihan
careful
anjing.
consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our
Nggak lu
courts.
akuin anjing,
From
kasihan
now on,
cowok.
I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by
Kan udah diganti
myself.
kekuasaannya ke
Looks like you're still considering
Sekarang
stuff
Purina tuh
from
orang
the
biasa,
perspective
Cok.
of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon,
Kenapa?
this duty,
sekarang
a manner of
biasa.
speaking, you
Bukan
could
asing
say
lagi
that
dia.
both were granted to me. As
Jadi
such, before I attend to my other
kekuasaannya
responsibilities,
Perdana
I must first
Menterinya
and foremost continue to serve
Fontaine sekarang
Fontaine as
di-village
its highest
gitu lah
judge.
bahasanya.
The duty of the Hydro
Kayak
Sovereign
dia
and the duty of the
drill
units shall
naga
coexist
anjing.
within my person. Additionally, the
Kayak
Hydro
Ria
Archon's
versi
departure has
2.0
brought
kalau
about
gue
another
bilang mah ini
problem,
anjing.
which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Enggak, ini gimana caranya ya Power Engine-nya malah ke download
People's
dulu.
faith in the Hydro Archon was...
Workshop.
Wait, but the various mechs and
Kaze.
in the city are all still
Ya,
okay.
jadi
As I
Kaze
am
ada
now, I have
Power
full
Engine.
command over New Musia, and it can
Workshop
serve
yang
as a
dia
complete
install ke download
substitute.
juga di dulu.
Another reason
Iya,
why
tahu.
I
Cuma
cannot
caranya
quite leave
ngilangin
Fontaine
biar kagak
immediately.
keikut punya aja itu loh.
This ancient
Kurang
dragon's
tahu, Pak.
authority stuff is really
Nggak
quite
bisa.
useful, huh?
Nggak bisa ya, yaudah
Ask away.
daripada
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
udah aja minta juga wallpapernya ya dek, Jaya.
Oh no. Oh no. Katakan aja. Oh no.
Leaving aside their
SFW ya.
intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have
Ya udah,
indeed done
aman
much
lah,
for us during
aman,
this
aman.
crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at
Nggak
least at
mungkin
this
juga
point,
delete dulu
would
tuh.
seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to
Harusnya gue
function.
delete dulu.
The Hydro
Ada aib
Archon's
gitu.
divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the
Lagi pula lu
Gnosis's
juga
power.
Anjing.
As such, it has
Lu
lost all
yakin
meaning for
Rob kagak mau
Fontaine.
main Elden Ring? Asik loh.
If the Fatui have impure designs, we
Bentar.
might as well accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Nah, ya bener juga ya, Nupilet ya. Mending gua kasih ke Patui daripada gua kena masalah anjing. Daripada gua gelut
Ask away.
sekarang, mending ntar
I will
aja
tell you the
kalau
truth as I know it.
apa Snesnaya udah mukul gong perang anjing baru gua ikutan.
Lakian di sini Patuinya bantuin mereka kok, bukan yang
Iya
ngelawan.
makanya daripada gue juga gak butuh Fontaine anjing, tanpa Fontaine udah OP anjing, mau apa lu?
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a
sekarang
travel
habis ini
guide,
lu story Morina
so all I
juga
can do
tuh
is tell
ntar.
you what I know
Haji
about that
Pu.
land. As far as I'm aware,
Bagus ya, story
Natlan
Morina?
can be said to be a
Bukan
nation
bagus,
of
kejawab
dragons.
pertanyaan-pertanyaan lu
A
ntar.
nation of
Ah.
dragons? You mean like
Wait.
you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Why?
Unlike
Nupilet.
ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Oh.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Aether sebelum masuk ke Natlan anjing farming dulu nggak sih anjing? Mau perang anjing. Aduh. Awal-awal pada anjingin Sarisa, sekarang pada pindah haluan anjing top 3 quest Furina. El Capitano coy, betul. Ntar dah gak kerjain Furina. Udah tuh iya. Nggak ada pertanyaan di mana saudariku anjir. GG. Lawan Kapten Tsubasa berikutnya.
When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards
Apakah
giving away
kita
the
akan
gnosis
jadi
had
Naruto
clearly
guys masuk
changed.
Natlan? Dengan kekuatan ceramah-ceramah kita akan mendamaikan mereka guys.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some
Kan udah
further
ditanya pas
words with that
4.0
lady named
tempat.
Skirk
Oh iya,
after
dia udah
sending you
ditanya.
two back to the
Karena pilot
surface.
juga ya.
It went something like this.
Oh, dia sempat ngobrol sama si Skrik. Apa Skrik? Skriklek.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
Campur sari lah
I'm
pokoknya
sure I've
anjing.
encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Wow.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just
Wait.
wasn't that important for me to know.
Apa lu?
If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Tiba-tiba wait kenapa
I'll
tuh?
be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Duar, lor bom lagi. Goyang-goyang bang skiriknya. Ada salpok. Descender ketiga mati. Descender ketiga
That's
si
what
itu
she
kan?
told me. Whether
Celestia
it would
kan?
prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
Bukan Celestia.
The remains of
Belum tahu
the
siapa
third
descender
descender?
ketiga tuh anjir.
So that's what the Gnosis
Belum ada dibilang siapa
Nah,
descender ketiga.
Gnosis yang ngasih siapa?
chess pieces. How could there
Enggak
be
gini.
person's remains?
Gnosis itu
All the same, assuming that there was no
apa
misunderstanding
sih
or special
bahasanya?
metaphor at play, that
Kayak
is
sama
what she meant
Durandal
to
via
say.
Jepannya sama
And she said that it would bring
Celestia
misfortune and
pertama.
that you should check it, which is why you
Celestia
gave it to
pertama
the
bisa jadi
Fatui.
sisa.
Celestia
If she
yang
speaks the
pertama bukannya
truth,
yang
then I
primordial
would
one
simply
itu.
be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Cuma masih ini kagak, maksudnya tuh belum ada konfirmasi gitu loh Rob. Masih spekulasi Celestia pertama gitu.
Aku ini descender keempat. Oh iya.
Nah, masalahnya si Aether descender
Si Aether
keempat.
descender keempat.
Eh,
Oh yang
bingung.
nggak disebut descender itu si saudaranya ya? Yang kemarin itu di Sumeru. Yang dia pas nyari saudaranya terus Naida bilang masalahnya yang saudaramu nggak dicatat sebagai descender di Irminsul. Berarti sebelum si Aether. Kalau Celestia pertama, kedua siapa? Kedua, ketiga masih tanda tanya ya? Satu, Gnosis ada hubungannya dengan Descender. Dua, dia yang datang sebelum aku sudah meninggal.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think
What
about
the
this
fuck?
stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the
Dengan
Traveler
kata
to the
lain,
dead third
Aether
descender
adalah
and all.
Gnosis berjalan. Fuck. Hei sih. Aether is literally Gnosis berjalan. Spekulasi Nahida kalau Heavenly or Principal. Heavenly Principal Descender pertama. Kata Nahida cuma kamu yang tidak tercatat di Irminsul. Nasib saudaramu tercatat di Irminsul sejak Cataclysm. Gnosis itu ada mayat Descendernya. Aether itu Gnosis hidup. Iya anjing.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes, all of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she
Gara-gara ini gue punya
herself in
teori
the end as a
patung The
god,
Seven bukan
and she
ngasih
suffered
Traveler
through
kekuatan
all those
versi
years
Light
as a
Archon,
human.
tapi ngasih
Was that
kekuatan
really
Dragon
what she wanted?
Sovereign yang which is
I suppose
asal
that would be the
kekuatan Gnosis
mystery of
juga.
a god's will.
Jadi kayak transfer Gnosis ke Gnosis gitu dok.
I suspect not.
Berapa jam masak Mas Zainal?
But once in a while, I too would guess that
Kenapa?
if wishes were like the clouds in
Berapa
the
jam
sky,
tadi Mas Zainal?
they will one day return to the
Dari
earth
jam
as
9,
raindrops.
10,
Life
11,
flows like
12,
water, and
Itu udah
rain
1,
is
2,
the
5
final
jam.
answer.
Bener 5 jam.
The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or
Soalnya lu nggak
another,
diketik-ketik kan
but the
story-nya.
rain falls fairly upon
Nggak
all.
diketik-ketik.
And
Maksudnya?
yet, ultimately,
Nggak di
Nggak
tek-tek
the
sampai
diklik.
klik.
difference
Oh
between the
enggak.
rains that fall upon all of us.
GG. Apakah Sarisa itu ada hubungannya sama Descender? Pacar atau suaminya mungkin anjing. Sarisa ngumpulin Glasses untuk ngidupin lagi Descender itu. Make sense juga sih anjing. Kita itu travel juga lebih mirip Mopal. Iya itu ada yang ultinya Traveler ya, ultinya MC Hydro yang juga ngeluarin itu kan, ngeluarin bulet-bulet gitu. Terus bisa dipakai Nopal juga kan itu, buat langsung charge attack. Lokal mengaret kesini aja. Oh si itu Mamang boleh. Lagi main Elden Ring kah? Gua nggak betul. Slow, santai siap. Iya kit Traveler pan harusnya konversi paket hemat.
I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but soon gave up on the idea. It's
Itu
just
tidak
not right
berlaku
to keep
di
small
ini
animals
nggak
where
sih?
they won't be able to see the sun.
MC Anemo. Oke. Kita akhiri dengan gacha sekali di pedangnya Purina. Sama kan? Oh iya kah? Gue nggak ngelihat panty anjir. Ah tidak guys. Ente lah. Ya udah yang standar aja. Hah?
Ngambil di buku.
Ngambil di buku?
Ada kan ada gacha.
Word of advice, don't break.
Oh iya. Skill mirip bersnya Fenty nyedot. Oh iya ding. Angin ininya. No pilet. Santai guys, kita di prank juga. Vocalor tidak hanya ngeprank Celestia, tapi ngeprank playernya juga ya guys. The best emang. Plot twister the best anjing. Yang ditipu bukan hanya Celestia tapi juga playernya anjing. Bangke lah. Dramanya Vocalor the best. Ente. Di air mancur udah redeem. Air mancur?
Itu yang pakai sihir.
Ada.
Ada di tengah-tengah depan teater itu.
Oh, sihir.
Anjir dapat pedang. Kau kadang buat. Gue nggak tahu malah anjir.
Nah itu. Dia juga belum explore ya dari.
Udah sebagian. No.
Nggak kelihatan ini.
400.
Dapat itu kita nggak ada Purina.
Udah Purinanya.
Udah, Purinanya udah dapat kan gue red on, Sep. Purinanya itu udah dapat red on, tapi ya itu PT-nya PT gede 77.
PT7 kan gak PT gede kan,
PT gede anjing udah mepet 80 anjing.
I once considered keeping some pets in my
makanya
office, but
gacanya di
soon gave
live-in.
up on the idea. It's just not right to keep
Lah,
small animals
masalahnya
where
gue
they
pas
won't
nyicil
be
itu
able to
udah
see the
masuk
sun.
50-60-an, 59-an, guys.
Ya siapa tahu gacha dapat 2. Kayak kemarin gua kan.
Pedang Narcis Cranes udah dapat belum, Bang? Belum. Pedang apaan tuh?
Quest.
Anjir gaya Wiro boleh juga.
Pedang Narcis
Gaya Wiro.
itu
Animasinya
pedang dari
World Quest Najari Nazazak. Gua bacanya.
Oh, yang itunya. Si apa organisasi itu. Buset, banyak juga nih.
If you ever see any stickers on my back, do me a favor and take them off.
Buset, ini
Melazines
mah
like to
sama
play
kayak
pranks
ini ya.
sometimes.
Sama kayak Sakura itu ya.
Iya. Ya Sumeru udah penuh belum lo?
Sumeru juga ada ginian kan?
Oh iya. Oh udah Sumeru udah. Tapi belum kelar semua. Ingat gue ya.
Ada nggak sih gitu?
Lupa. Masih ada.
35 dia.
Tapi terakhir udah buat yang pas ngejar apa Nahida tapi nggak dapet itu.
Word of advice, don't break.
Versi sekarang levelnya masih mentok anjir lah.
Yeah,
karena masih itu ya.
break the law.
Belum kebuka lagi ya.
Silap.
Itu apa itunya? Air mancurnya kan belum bisa full semua.
Paling 4.5 baru 50 atau 44.
Gue udah pilih pedang belum sih? Oh, udah.
Kalau gua sih menurut gua nggak usah full pedangnya kan.
Kenapa?
Nggak terlalu worth juga sebenarnya. Bukan power spike-nya Furina. Kalau lo mau power spike-nya kayak satunya tuh.
Saat HP saat ini karakter yang mengenakan bertambah. Tapi nggak apa-apa cowok, biar bagus cowok.
Ya, itu yang pedang ada banyak yang bagus. Ada tester
Bukan, bagus gambarnya, desainnya.
Emang desainnya bagus banget sih. Makanya gue narik
Kocak
gara-gara
anjing
bagus
kalau
banget.
dikasih ke Purina bentukannya. Estetik nomor wahid, betul Tin. Apa itu meta? Estetik adalah meta. Fashion over function, betul.
Function.
Tuh masih bisa beli
Iya,
toko.
beda tipis. Hah?
Masih ada bulannya.
Anjing mana nih standar gua? Iya anjing kagak dikasih dong standarannya. Ceples ungu anjing. Songyun guys. 2 razor. Ungu pun kagak. Ya maaf ya bang ya anjing. Ini udah piti-piti gede nih. Kemarin hokinya udah kepakai semua anjing. Dah saatnya kembali nguli ya guys ya.
Beli itu bisa beli 2 gacha.
Apaan?
Toko.
Besok.
Stardust, Star Glitter apalah namanya itu.
Minta hoki ke Gali, iya hoki yang Gali nggak pernah dipakai. Masih banyak guys, masih ada Sumeru, masih ada ini. Kalau mau ngejar bisa sih itu harusnya. Aman harusnya. Tapi nggak tahu dapat apa enggak ya. Tapi masalahnya kalau kalah ini dapetnya jelek anjing. Hijau ini. HP cok.
Ya, makanya menang.
Harus menang ya pilihannya ya.
Kalau nggak menang kalahnya standar. Ya?
Barbara Josh iya cok, Barbara. Terus siapa lagi yang pakai HP katalis ya?
Komi.
Nggak punya Komi bang.
Mereka triggernya cuman yang pertama kali doang. Nggak ada yang bisa trigger semua. Bahkan Nupilet pun bisa pakai ini.
Oh iya sekali HP.
Iya dong.
Pilihannya menang atau menangis, betul.
Aku dan menang dan bersyukur. Wow.
Bacot.
Kamu bacot. Sorry. Mas Rob, belum boleh di story nggak?
Enggak. Dah. Sisanya berarti tinggal story questnya Furina ya untuk melanjutkan ya. Oke.
Enggak dibeliin Star Glitter apalah itu namanya.
Star Glitter. Udah.
Yang di toko. Yang 5 doang. Yang 5 jadi 1.
Oh, bisa 2 kali.
Iya.
Bisa 2 kali. All in ya.
Oke lah. Passion nomor 1, guys.
Kalau nggak ada Furina tadinya pengen tarik Beizu gua sejujurnya kalau nggak ada Archon-Archonan dan nggak ketipu Archon-Archonan drama Archonnya Pokalor sih anjing mau ngepul ini anjing apa Chlorine kancing sesek anjing.
Nabung bisa.
Iya masih bisa. Chlorine kan masih 2 patch lagi kan?
Nggak tahu makanya. Mungkin 44, mungkin 45.
Udah nih habisin ya. Nah. Idih. Kukira kuning.
Jempol kaki
Ternyata
lu.
lumayan sih sacrificial fragment anjing. Dah, kukira kuning ternyata kuning.
Makanya jempol kaki lu keluarin Mas Bro.
Besok Navia tarik nggak? Enggak kayaknya Tik. Kurang suka gue dengan desainnya Navia. Tidak ini guys, tidak manjur lagi, jempol lagi gua. Lagi kagak hitam. Harus hitam dulu baru manjur anjir.
Bang, itu Bennett nyala, Bang.
Bodoh.
Bang, itu Bennett nyala, Bang.
Bodoh. Sacrificial. Oh ini belet. Ah lumayan nih. Jadi
nyalakan
R3
Bennettmu,
nih.
Bang. Bang.
Haram
jangan jadi orang.
hukumnya. Menyalakan Bennett.
Buat siapa sih Bang? Udah gak kamu pakai Bang dari kemarin Bang.
Pakai kapak
udah
Bang.
Udah
bisa nembak iya sih. Udah nggak lagi Bang. Kalau diklik consnya tanda serunya udah hilang, nggak mengganggu lagi. Saya orangnya masih ini insecure.
Apa lagi Bang? Bisa support udah banyak banget itu Bang.
C6 tuh bagus loh Rob. Buat Eja lu bagus anjing.
Iya deh gue jadiin dulu baru C6-in Bennett. Karena sebenarnya Eula juga pakai Yunjin udah mantap anjing. Damage-nya.
Pakai Mika ya Bang.
Mika sama Yunjin itu udah mantep banget itu. Tapi Mikanya, iya Mika bisa sih. Pakai Eula aja kagak lu di. Gue takut tinju Wiro gue jadi tinju api, Cok.
Mana ada katalis anjing juga nih anak.
Tiba-tiba Wiro gue lah kok panas anjing. Eula gue aja pakai Senhe. Mana ada katalis. Siapa tahu gitu kan tiba-tiba set. Keluarnya api anjing. Tapi keren juga ya. Kayaknya bakal ada bentukan si Wiro gini tapi Natlan deh bakalan. Fix ngepull sih gue kalau ada bentukan Wiro tapi Natlan. Wironya jadi pendekar APS, jadi Todoroki. Aduh. Sudahlah, mari kita akhiri dengan drama-drama Furina ini dan Pokalor ini. Pendekar panas dingin betul. Oke. Thank you semuanya. Thank you Nabe, thank you Cacakmen sudah menemani 5 jam perjalanan drama Furina Pokalor yang plot twistnya sangat-sangat plot twist. Thank you buat Sepa, ada Rargas juga, ada Nebon, ada Artak, ada Indong juga, ada Bang Goro, ada Bang Morgan juga tadi. Thank you semuanya. Mas Purina belum bang, nanggung besok anjing, udah jam 2:30 anjing. Urusan Purina kayak kelar-kelar ini. Takutnya plot twist juga ini panjang. Besok kita lanjutkan dengan si Purina. Gitu aja. Tapi the best sih anjing, yang konklusinya bahwa sekarang Fontaine udah lepas dari Celestia itu the best sih anjing. Keren. 10/10 setuju sih anjing. Setuju sih 10/10. Cuman bangsatnya kenapa mainannya Archon anjing. Masalahnya yang di pool. Karakter yang di poolnya kena troll semua anjing. The fuck lah. Udah segitu aja dah. Thank you sama ya. See you next Genshin. See you next stream. See you bye bye. Kita akan nge-raid buat The Sick. Dia lagi main Elden Ring biasanya. Oke guys. See you. Let's go raid.
Belum kopas gua.
Kagak ada yang di Kopas.